Chapter 76, The Avengers, PT4. My new fic, Altered Mind, is finally up on Webnovel. Please go check it out, it would mean a lot to me, and I promise, you won't be disappointed. Please check it out, and tell me what you guys think in the comments. Smiling face, smiling face, smiling face. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. Call Jean and tell her to get to Manhattan as soon as possible. Do the same with Kitty and the X-Men. Tell them to suit up and get to New York. The invasion is happening there. I said. Right away, Master Doug. Any further instructions? Sophie said. Activate Protocol No Man's Land and send in the God Eater. I said. I then gave a call to Callisto. Where are you right now? I asked, once she picked up the phone. I'm at the company, boss. Why? She asks, confused. Callisto. Listen closely. New York is going to be attacked. The center of attack will be Stark Tower. So make sure that the kids and any non-combatants stay inside. Headquarters is the safest place right now. I said. Callisto asks nervously, Boss, are you sure? Shouldn't we get out? The place is heavily warded and has shields made out of vibranium, Callisto. Just do as I say, and don't let Madrox out of your sight. Oh, and send Shanghai, tell him to suit up and meet me at Stark Tower. Okay boss, I'll get the kids down to the bunkers, and meet you. She said. No, I need you and Madrox to keep an eye out on things, protect the kids and the civilians. The place isn't warded against humans. I cut the call and speak up, Diana. Start hacking every piece of technology in New York. I want every device to be mine to control in 5 minutes. I see Cap, Widow, Banner and Hawkeye on their way to the hangar. I join them, and we head towards one of the jets. A young pilot sees us and stands in our way. He says, "You are not authorized to be here." Cap looks at him and shakes his head and says, "Son, just don't." The pilot, once he gets a good look at Cap's disappointed look, just moves out of the way and we enter the jet. Barton takes over the controls of the jet and starts it up. I see Iron Man flying away from the helicarrier and we take off to follow him. I get notified by Diana that all the devices in Manhattan were in her control. Once the jet is stable, I turn to Steve and Natasha. Cap, I need you to warn Manhattan of the attack. I said. Steve gets startled, but nods. I prepare the camera, and say out loud, Diana, do it. Diana takes control of every billboard, TV and computer in Manhattan. I signal Steve to start speaking. People of New York. My name is Steve Rogers, also known as Captain America. We've been led to believe that there's going to be an imminent attack within the hour Steve starts. The epicenter of this attack is going to be Stark Tower. Tony Stark has been notified, as have a few people. Listen to them and start evacuating the city. If you can find shelter underground, or manage to get out of the city, then do so. I turn off the camera and say, Diana, play the message on a loop. This should help, but I don't think everybody's going to listen. I contacted my team and they should meet us there soon. I said. You have a team? Nat asks. Shields is not the only one capable of putting together a team. I answer. Things are going to get dangerous out there, are you sure they can handle it? Steve asks. They're far stronger than anything you've ever seen, Cap. You guys may have a god on your side and maybe even a Hulk, but mine has something far stronger. I said. They both give each other a look, and then Nat turns to me and says, "What is it?" Nat asks. "Not an it. She." I said. "She?" Banner asks. I turn to him and say, "A phoenix." It takes us 30 minutes after making the announcement to reach Manhattan. As soon as we get close enough to Manhattan, we see a blue light shine from the top of Stark Tower, leading to a hole in the sky. The Shi'Tori soldiers were coming out in hordes through the portal, seemingly endless. "Ah, Dr. Banner. Now might be a really good time for you to get angry," Steve said. Banner then gets up and walks to the plane's ramp and presses a button. The plane starts opening up from the back, but Banner doesn't stop. "What are you doing?" Steve shouts. "That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry," he said, before suddenly jumping out of the plane. Banner's body started to swell and stretch, and as he was falling, he crashed into the ground, and seconds later, a loud roar breaks through the chaos. The Chitauri soldiers get blasted back by the massive shockwave. Some dead, while others convulsing on the ground, their bodies half crushed. Hulk starts mowing through them, like they were made out of paper, bludgeoning them to death with his fists. The Hulk smiles and leaps, soaring high up into the nearest building. He runs up the wall, hits several Chitauri soldiers, snapping them in half. He then dives towards a building on the other side of the street, throwing the dead Chitauri soldiers towards other soldiers. The Chitauri soldiers try and fire at him, but he backhands them, and seizes them and with raw power, throws them down. In his most powerful leap yet. We all watch this scene from the plane when we suddenly hear Tony's voice through the comms. "Glad you brought the big guy, but did he really just jump out of a plane?" he said. Barton maneuvers the jet towards Stark Tower. "Stark, we're heading northeast," Nat said. "What, did you stop for a drive-through?" Stark's sarcastic voice answers her. Barton does as Stark said and moves the jet closer towards Stark Tower. We see Iron Man fly from in front of us with a swarm of Shi'Tori tailing him. Nat takes control of the machine gun and blasts them apart. She continues blasting Shi'Tori soldiers and looks around for more targets. Barton looks out the left window and sees Thor and Loki fighting on the roof of Stark Tower. He says, "Nat." Nat nods and replies, "See them." She aims the machine gun at Loki. Before she can fire at Loki, he fires a blast from his staff at us which hits us at the left side, destroying one engine. Barton takes control of the other engine, but we spin, and end up crashing the wings into a few buildings. Barton slowly maneuvers the plane and crash lands into the street. I look around the jet and see that everyone was okay. I was unaffected. Cap held on to the top of the jet while Nat and Barton were wearing seat belts. We get ourselves out of the jet and take a look around the city. It was absolute chaos. There were still people on the road. Some of the small buildings were destroyed, bigger buildings had their windows broken, rubble lay on the ground, there were even some bodies. We suddenly stop and turn our heads above to look towards the portal. A huge leviathan was flying towards the earth from the portal. It gave a loud roar and started descending downward. It gets down low to the ground, breaking a few statues with its wings, and Shi'Tori soldiers blast out of it and into the buildings when it goes from over our heads. Steve's voice says in all our ears, through the earpiece, "Hey, Stark, are you seeing this?" "I'm seeing. Still working on believing." "Where the hell is Banner?" Stark said. We lost him, after the plane crashed. Steve said. What do you mean lost him? He's green for God's sake. Just keep me posted, and let me know when you have a visual on him. Stark says. Our group runs behind upside-down cabs. We've got civilians trapped over there. Barton says, pointing towards a building. We look up and see Loki taking his band of aliens down the street. They start firing at the street, causing a chain of explosions, smashing cars and hurling people as they go. It goes off in one final conflagration. Terrified people, running from Loki, looking over their shoulders, coming straight at us. Cap looks down at the bridge, where a few people were stuck. Those people need assistance down there. Steve said. Before anyone could move, I cast a rune, which disrupts their telepathic connection to the mothership. They suddenly drop to the ground as if their strings had been cut off. My spidey sense goes off and I turn to see some Shitori soldiers land near us and fire. I create a small portal, and redirect the blasts at them. Nat starts firing her guns at some Chitauri soldiers, while I see a few others get struck by arrows. I duck under a shot aimed at my head and create a small portal behind the one that fired it. I dodge another shot and pierce its heart with enlarged claw through its chest. I turn behind to see Cap running towards the stuck people. So, I continue killing Shitori left and right. I turn to Nat and see her killing soldiers too. More Shitori soldiers join their brethren and surround us. Master, they're here. Finally. A portal suddenly opens beside me, and out of it. I see several people coming out of it, Phoenix, Shadowcat, Shankai and Storm. Jean was in her burgundy trench coat and had a hood to hide her bright red hair. A large symbol of the Phoenix could be seen on her back, and she also wore a half mask to hide her features. The black undersuit and the trench coat were made out of a vibranium/Kevlar mesh. It was completely bulletproof and could stop high-caliber bullets and absorb high-energy blasts. She walked slowly towards me, and I was instantly at a loss for words. For me, it's been years since I've last seen her, and she looked even more stunning than I remembered. The symbiote responded to my unconscious thoughts and my mask came down. I looked towards Jean. Jean, ****. Ow. That's for not calling me as soon you got back. She said. She then lowered her face mask, and grabbed me by the neck, and planted a fierce but passionate kiss on me. We kept deeply kissing each other's lips until we were out of breath a few seconds later, and looked into each other's eyes. It was almost as good, if not better than the first time we ever kissed. She put her mask back on, and said, "And that's for being gone for over a year. If you're going to kiss me like that every time I'm gone, then maybe I should start doing it more." I joked. "We're in the middle of a war, lovebirds. Focus," Nat shouted, as she was dodging energy blasts. A Chitauri soldier was about to take a shot at Natasha, but before he could, Jean blasted him with a powerful psychic blast, and tore him to shreds. "Don't worry about it, we're focused," Jean said. Natasha then looked towards me and said, "So she's the Phoenix?" I gave her a nod. She then gave Jean a once-over and smirked, "I like her." Natasha then dodged an incoming blast, and in the blink of an eye, shot 3 Chitauri in the head. Jean smirked back and said, "The feeling is mutual." Kitty was standing behind Jean, and I could see her coming towards me. She was wearing a white suit with black stripes, which included vibranium-clawed fingers, a helmet with protruding cat-like ears, and yellow-tinted eye lenses. Hers was made out the same materials I used to make Jean's and Shankai's suits. It was also bulletproof and could stop high-caliber bullets and absorb high-energy blasts. Shadowcat, I said. Where's Colossus and Wolverine? You said they'd be here. She asked. They should be here any moment now, I said, sensing a spatial fluctuation. You weren't kidding back then. I guess I owe you $10. Shankai said. Keep it. How do you like the new suit? I asked. It's good, a bit tight in the crotch. I interrupted him and said, glad you liked it, buddy. I then turned to Storm, who had an amused look on her face. Glad to see you here, didn't think you'd come. I had to. Phoenix and Shadowcat were going, and since I couldn't stop them, I decided to join them. Look, about the others, I tried to talk. She said. It's all right, you're more than enough. To be honest, I didn't think he'd send them. I just hoped he'd see reason, and realize now is best time to show the world our value. I said. I was interrupted by a large pillar of light that suddenly materialized in the middle of the street. Two figures came walking out of the light, one noticeably larger than the other. A deep voice bellowed out and said, Comrades, we have arrived. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and my new MHA fanfic, Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 77, The Avengers, PT 5. My new fic, Altered Mind, is finally up on Webnovel. Please go check it out, it would mean a lot to me, and I promise, you won't be disappointed. Please check it out, and tell me what you guys think in the comments. Smiling face, smiling face, smiling face. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 3+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. Comrades, we have arrived. Standing at almost 7 feet, Colossus's figure was imposing. His metallic form shined, reflecting the light from the teleportation formation. Comparatively, Wolverine's 5-foot figure, although less imposing, didn't mean he was any less dangerous. In fact, his protruding claws only made him seem more feral. Welcome back, I hope you enjoyed your stay at Asgard. I said. Yes, the All-Father was most accommodating. Colossus said. Wolverine cracked his neck. Couldn't say the same about Lady Sif, they worked us to the bone. Colossus. Welcome back. I missed you. Kitty exclaimed. Kitty, you are, how do you say, sore for my eyesight? He said. She giggled at his response, while Storm approached Wolverine. Wolverine, glad to see you're safe. Storm. He gave her a feral grin and said, the feeling is mutual. Colossus, I think you would be glad to know that Ileana is back home. Jean said. I'm eager to see her. Colossus said. Our atmosphere was rudely interrupted by a few Chitauri platoons trying to encircle us. More Chitauri soldiers joined their brethren and surrounded us all. I looked towards Jean and gave her a meaningful look. Using my telepathy, I relayed my orders to her. She gave me a nod and without delay used her telekinesis and Phoenix fire to break through the encirclement. I asked Jean to connect us all telepathically. I have a plan, so we need to buy more time. I telepathically said. Wolverine and Shankai, go assist Cap, he's a few blocks away on Main Street. I said. I then turned towards Jean and Storm. Jean, you and Storm handle the war chariots, focus on taking out as many as you can. Kitty, stick WTH Black Widow and Hawkeye, start clearing out districts. And one more thing. This is a war, so I don't think it needs to be said, but I'm going to say it anyway. Use lethal force and annihilate the enemy with extreme prejudice. I ordered. They all got their orders and moved out. Jean and Storm flew to their destination. While the rest split up, each group heading towards a different direction. Only Colossus and I were left behind. What about me? He asked. I opened a portal that leads straight to my lab, and grabbed an oversized suitcase. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, and it soon turned to astonishment as soon as I opened the suitcase. Is this? He said. I call it the God Eater and I think it's about time we finally use it, I said. Third POV. Hawkeye ran over to a bus full of people. From the windows, small children were held by their parents for Hawkeye to pull them out to safety. He ran over to the bus's jammed door and jerkily opened it. People began to run out, while Black Widow emptied out her clips. She eventually ran out of ammo and decided to grab one of the fallen Chitauri's weapons. Hawkeye fired one arrow after another into the ranks of the Chitauri, hitting his mark each time he shot. Nat looked at Barton and spoke up, just like Budapest, all over again. You and I remember Budapest very differently. Barton dryly replied. They managed to get the civilians out, but they were now cornered. More Chitauri soldiers showed up and it wasn't long before they were suppressed by heavy fire. They were quickly running out of ammo, and Barton was down to his last few arrows. I guess this is it, huh? Barton said. Don't give up, Nat said. Nat was suddenly interrupted by the shrieks of dying Chitauri. A figure clad in white suddenly appeared and started fighting the soldiers. It ran closer to kill them in close combat, while Barton and Nat kept firing, taking out as many as they could. Kitty phased through their attacks, and tore them apart using her vibranium claws. She finished off the last soldier by phasing her right arm, through its chest. Using her inhuman agility and strength, they were cut down in the blink of an eye. The last soldier dropped to the ground lifelessly, and there was a momentary silence. Ah! Disgusting, now I've got Chitauri blood all over me, Kitty said. Barton looked to Natasha and said, Ah! Is she one of ours? Cap was helping out some people stuck in a building. Once they all got out, he started going towards another building which was overrun. He stumbled onto a couple of Chitauri soldiers, who were about to attack a mother and its child. He immediately threw his shield like a boomerang to prevent them from harming the mother and child. The shield started flying towards the group of Chitauri, knocking them down instantly. It bounced flying back to him at the same speed. Don't worry, you're safe now. The subway is a few blocks over. Hide there until this is over, he said. They turned the corner only to be ambushed by a couple of Chitauri soldiers, who managed to sneak up on them. Cap noticed them too late, and instinctively shielded the mother and child using his shield. A figure suddenly skewered the Chitauri soldiers from the back. 3 extremely sharp claws cut through flesh and armor, as if it were tissue paper. Wolverine retracted his claws and they dropped to the ground. Damn ugly bastards, he growled. Cap was stunned for a moment, but recovered quickly. James. Who the hell is James? Wolverine said. But how? It's been so many years, he said. Look, bub, I don't know what you're talking about. The name's Logan. Got it? He said. Seeing Wolverine's rough attitude, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's just you look like someone I used to know, he said. Hawkeye tripped a Chitauri soldier and rammed an arrow down its throat. Black Widow got her hands on an energy staff and used it to take down even more soldiers. Kitty was a couple blocks over, decimating a platoon all by herself. Cap joined back in and using his shield, swatted and whacked oncoming Chitauri soldiers, while Logan used his claws to dismember the Chitauri. Each swing of his claws resulting in either a lost limb or instant death. Shanghai was supporting Cap and would occasionally cover for him whenever he threw his shield. What the hell is this thing made of? Shanghai shouted. Cap, who was punching a Chitauri in the head, looked towards Shanghai and said, "What do you mean? I don't know about you, but shields aren't supposed to do that," Shanghai said. Cap shrugged and continued fighting. Unfortunately, it was all too much on them, and they were quickly getting overwhelmed. Suddenly, lightning struck down from the sky and the Chitauri were blasted back in a massive shockwave. Thor landed right in front of them, stumbling a little. They got a little time to rest as there was no enemies near them. "What's the story upstairs?" Steve asked Thor. "The power surrounding the cube is impenetrable," Thor said gravely. "Thor's right. We gotta deal with these guys." Tony spoke through the comms. Nat looked at Steve and asked, "How do we do this?" Cap confidently says, "As a team. I have unfinished business with Loki," Thor warned. Barton, who's now cleaning an arrow he pulled from the corpse of a Chitauri he killed, dryly says, "Yeah. Get in line. Save it," Cap ordered. "Loki's gonna keep this fight focused on us and that's what we need. Without him, these things could run wild. We got Stark up top, he's gonna need us." Just then, they all hear the voice of heavy footsteps. A shiny figure clad in a black and red suit appeared. Before anyone could say anything, they all looked towards a building where a roar came from and saw Iron Man coming towards them from behind the building. He was followed by the big Chitauri Leviathan which was now coming towards them. A few minutes earlier, Tony swooped down dodging an energy blast from a war chariot which was pursuing him. He suddenly stopped mid-air letting the chariot pass him, before firing a repulsor blast to take it down. He swerved around a building, only to come face to face with a Chitauri Leviathan. "Shit!" he cursed. "Sir, you have an incoming call from Mr. Ramsey," Jarvis said. "You know I'm a little busy here," he said, as he quickly tried to escape. "I need you to grab the Leviathan's attention," Doug said. "Why would I do that?" Tony asked. "I have a plan," Doug said. Tony pulled out his miniature multiple rocket launcher and fired. The Chitauri Leviathan roared in annoyance, and turned to him. "We got his attention." "What the hell is step 2? Tony said. "Bring the Leviathan towards Cap's location," Doug said. "Is Banner there?" Tony asked. "No, but I have someone who can handle it," Doug said. "Then tell him to suit up. I'm bringing the party to you," Tony said, over the comms. Iron Man came out from behind a building. The Chitauri Leviathan following, impatiently. The rest of the Avengers looked up, getting ready and stood still. I don't see how that's a party," Natasha said. Iron Man swooped down the street. The Chitauri Leviathan also swooping down, barreling down the street. "Hey big guy, you sure you can handle that?" Logan asked. I feel like I'm filled with strength." "Are you ready for a fastball special?" Tovarisk Logan. Colossus said. Colossus turned towards the now close Leviathan and started glowing red and growing even bigger. His figure stopped growing at 9.5 and cracks started appearing on the pavement where he stood. He turned completely into his juggernaut form just in time as the Leviathan was now right in front of him and punched its head with his full might. The scene almost looked like what happens when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Colossus skidded back a few feet, dragging his feet through the road. The Leviathan's tail lifted high into the air, its head still stuck by Colossus's punch, and a few of its parts break apart. Iron Man flew close to it, extended an arm out and a rocket flew out of it. The rocket went inside the Leviathan and hit a soft spot, and blew up from the inside. The big Leviathan fell apart in an explosion. While the smaller Shi'Tori soldiers screeched at Colossus for destroying their Leviathan. The Shi'Tori looked on in horror as they saw a group of Earth's mightiest heroes standing united, against a common enemy. Them. What the hell was that? Kitty shouted disbelievingly. That was one hell of a punch, bub. Never knew you had it in you. Does it have anything to do with that thing on your chest? Logan asked. So is this the Shinra version of Banner? What kind of suit is that anyway? Tony asked curiously. You build great armor, Comrade Stark, mine is only natural. Colossus said. You mean to tell me, that's your skin? Barton asked incredulously. Colossus nodded his head and said. This power was given to me by Enigma. He calls it the God Eater. He said. Flashback. Whosoever touches this gem shall possess the power of the crimson bands of Cyttorak. Henceforth, you who read these words, shall become forevermore a human juggernaut. I said, as I read the inscriptions written on the gem. But isn't it dangerous, to use such a power? Colossus asked. Normally you'd be correct. I used some vibranium and a Naru breastplate from the destroyer to make this. The gem's housing is engraved with runes to regulate the output and filter Cyttorak's will. It's still not safe to use for more than an hour, but it will give you a much-needed boost. I said. Why would you give me such a thing? Why not use it yourself? He asked. Most of my abilities revolve around magic and runes. It's more suited for someone who's strictly a physical fighter. I also get the feeling, you'll utilize it much better than I ever could. I said. The stone gave a fraction of the power of Cyttorak to whoever possesses it via acting as a portal to or containing a portal within it to the Crimson Cosmos. The infusion of power gave Kane Marco superhuman levels of physical strength, resistance and durability. The power increase was so vast, when the Juggernaut begins moving in a direction, he is basically unstoppable. The power of the Juggernaut allowed him to battle entire superhero teams to a standstill. Juggernaut fought the X-Men numerous times with the best result being Marco leaving the scene of the battle. Surrounded by a mystical field of force, Marco was basically invulnerable to harm and had the strength to shatter mountains when properly motivated. If Colossus was to be imbued with the power of Cyttorak, if the previous power increase is any indication, he will be a far more powerful being than Kane Marco ever was. I reckon he can hold his own against the Abomination or even the Hulk. For all intents and purposes his physical form should allow him to channel more energy from the Crimson Cosmos, giving him access to limitless physical strength. I would expect Colossus' power now exceeds the physical strength, stamina, durability and invulnerability of anything the Chitauri could ever throw at us. He was still hesitant, but it didn't take long before a look of determination appeared on his face. If my strength can help in this battle, I must stand with you. Colossus finally said. Chapter end. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 78, The Avengers, PT 6. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. Loki watched from above, motionless, as he saw the birth of Earth's mightiest heroes. A cold look appeared on his face before he said, "Send the rest." From the portal, thousands more of Chitauri soldiers and even more Leviathans flew out. From those Leviathans, more foot soldiers dropped down near them. "Guys," Natasha said. "Call it, Cap." Stark said. "All right, listen up. Until we can close that portal up there, our priority is containment. Barton, I want you on that roof." He points towards a building. "Keep your eyes on everything. Call out patterns and strays." He then turned to Iron Man and Phoenix. "Stark, you and Phoenix got the perimeter. Anything gets more than 3 blocks out, turn it back or turn it to ash." They both nodded before flying off. Barton looked at Stark and asked, "Wanna give me a lift?" Stark nodded and got behind Barton to lift him up. "Right. Better clench up, Legolas." He lifted Barton up to the building and dropped him there. Cap then turned to Thor and Storm. "You two gotta try and bottleneck that portal. Slow them down. You guys got the lightning, light them up. I'll be sure to give them a zap or two," Storm said. Cap then turned to Wolverine, Kitty and Shanghai. "You 3 help out anyone who looks like they are about to be overwhelmed. Mostly keep to civilians and keep them safe. Minimize the damage, if you can." Cap then looked towards Colossus and said, "Colossus, find Hulk and take out as many Leviathans as you can. Anything Thor and Storm miss, it's your guys' job to smash." Colossus nodded in agreement, and started running to build up momentum. He leapt, soaring high up into the nearest building. He started jumping from building to building, killing enemies left and right. In the vastness of space. Ha, so this is the Chitauri space. I was currently floating in space, wearing my endosim armor. The black sky was filled with what must be 90 ships in a vague cluster. Most of them hang still in the air. Some moving swimmingly about. "Sophie, can you detect any signals coming in or out of the mothership?" I asked. "Negative. We have to plug into the mainframe. I am too unfamiliar with alien technology," she said. "Well, I guess I don't have a choice," I thought. I didn't have time to waste, so without delay I blasted towards the ship that was closest to me. I materialized a vibranium blade from my suit, and superheated, till it was hot enough to cut through the ship's outer hull. I sealed the opening after I was in, and started searching for the command center. "Master Doug, are you sure this is wise? The suit isn't equipped to deal with nuclear-level weaponry. I heavily advise you to reconsider," she said. "Relax, Sophie. We will be in and out before you know it. There should be some time left before the Council launches the missile," I said. I turned a corner only to come face to face with a Chitauri soldier. I could tell it was surprised to see me, since he tilted his head in confusion. It would have been cute, if he wasn't so ugly. Guessing by your reaction, I probably forgot to turn on my invisibility, didn't I?" I asked. He responded by trying to shoot me in the face with his blaster. Shit! I cursed, as I turned on my camouflage and disappeared. He was looking around in confusion, searching for me, and was about to call for backup. I snuck behind him, and knocked him out with a venom blast. Damn! That was close, I muttered. I was about to move on and continue my search, when I suddenly got an idea. I casted a stasis rune, then severed the mental connection the Chitauri soldier had with the mothership. Normally, it would die right away, but since I put him in stasis, he was still alive. The next step was crucial and could determine the success of my little experiment. I put my hand on the back of his head, and used my magic to carve out this next rune. *Connectio**. I successfully felt the link form, and dispelled the stasis rune right after. The Chitauri soldier started to slowly wake up, and as soon as it did, it knelt before me, and communicated telepathically. "Master, I await your commands." I approached its kneeling form and put my hand over its head. I rifled through its most recent memories, and quickly found out what I was looking for. "It's a waste to leave you here. But I can't exactly take you with me." I said. "Take out a ship and head through the portal. Stay out of sight and don't engage. I'll come for you later, if you manage to survive." I communicated telepathically. He nodded in understanding and left to carry out his commands. I quickly found the ship's command center. There were about a couple of dozen Chitauri soldiers milling about. But they couldn't see me under the effects of my camouflage. I approached what looked like a control panel and connected it to my suit. I started hacking into the mainframe, and it didn't take long before I was in. It only took me a glance to completely grasp and understand the language used to code their firewalls. I managed to obtain a complete star map of the known universe, and a list of the planets the Chitauri visited. I was also surprised to find a few schematics that described several of the weapons and ships used by the Chitauri. I left the ship undetected and was currently flying back towards the portal. I saw a few leviathans on my way back, when an idea suddenly hit me. A smile crept on my face, and I couldn't help but chuckle a bit. "Master Doug, are you all right?" Sophie asked in concern. "I'm all right, Sophie, in fact I just had a fantastic idea," I said. "Oh boy, that's not good," Sophie thought. Storm was floating beside the portal, her eyes turned pure white as she started floating in the sky. Raising her hand slightly, she began to summon her powers. A small grey cloud began to form above her hand, growing to the size of a field. The cloud became bigger, filling the sky. A thunderstorm was forming and thunder now boomed from the clouds. Thor, seeing what she was doing, raised his hammer to the sky. Lighting converged towards the hammer, as if it was being sucked away. The hammer was glowing with pure power, and even Thor started to groan from the strain. "I've never felt so much power before," he groaned. "Should I stop?" Storm said. "No. Keep going," he shouted. "Ugh!" A scream tore out of his throat, as he released all the lightning gathered by the hammer in a single blast towards the leviathans. The blast threw him away from the leviathans and into a building. The whole leviathan started glowing and started burning brighter, before it exploded in a shower of lightning. The blast didn't stop there and continued to take out 2 more leviathans. Storm shook her head, getting out of her awe at the pure display of power. She couldn't help but be amazed by his command on lightning. She may have summoned the lighting, but it was his to command. a dark ominous cloud be seen in the sky approaching the city. One big enough to block out the sun. The cloud was fast approaching and it wasn't long before it arrived. An entire fleet of Cypher Solutions combat drones, which were stored in the Cypher Solutions orbital satellite, were finally released. It was all part of a project called NMS, short for No Man's Land, headed by Dr. William Gintereva in Cypher Labs. An immense swarm of drones generated an elaborate holographic projection of a dark cloud, concealing their presence while wreaking havoc on the alien army. Thousands upon thousands of drones were currently in battle. The drones had a sleek and white appearance and were equipped with a plethora of weapons. Minigoons, lasers, flamethrowers, and powerful concussive blasters that could produce shockwaves of a force powerful enough to knock down a reinforced vault door with repeated blasts. They were also integrated with repulsor technology, as well as one of Cypher Labs' latest breakthroughs, the sonic tractor beam, which had the ability to attract objects from a distance. They were deployed on the locations where they were needed the most and generated advanced holographic projections to conceal their presence. Only those who were fighting against the invasion could see them, since it would be inconvenient if they were destroyed by friendly fire. To the rest of the world and the Chitauri only a rolling cloud of thunder could be seen. Using the illusion-generating capabilities of the drones to create advanced holographic projections along with the hard light projector technology from the danger room, it was made indistinguishable from reality. Some of the drones generated powerful sonic pulses to destroy the Leviathan's hard shells, while others attacked the war chariots using repulsor blasts. A considerable amount of the drones were used for the protection of the civilians during the attack. Later most would even claim that it was an act of God that saved them during the invasion. The drones started flying towards a group of Chitauri, and disposed of them in seconds. Once those soldiers were dead, a few drones used the tractor beams to take away any and all traces of the Chitauri. This scene could be seen repeated numerous times throughout the battlefield. Amazing, Kitty said. What are those things? Cap asked. Are they one of yours? Nat asked Tony, through the comms. No, but I recognize the designs though. Stark said. They all turned to look at the portal, as more of the soldiers were coming through it. Nat looked at them and said, none of this is gonna mean a damn thing if we don't close that portal. Our biggest guns couldn't touch it. Cap argued. Natasha looked up, said, well, maybe it's not about the guns. And gestured towards the flying chariots. You wanna get up there, you'll need a ride. Cap pointed out. Natasha shook her head and said, I got a ride. I could use a lift though. She then ran at Cap, who readied his shield. She jumped, latching onto a chariot, taking control of it, after she kicked a Chitauri soldier off of it. She took a look around, and saw Colossus and Hulk fighting Chitauri on top of a Leviathan and bringing it down. Barton was destroying chariots from the roof of a building, while Phoenix used her fire to clear her a path towards the tower. She got brought out of her musing by a chariot following her and blasting its guns at her. She looked at the chariot and saw that its passenger was Loki. Keep going, I'll handle it, Jean said, over the comms. Natasha gave her a nod, and focused on steering the chariot towards the tower. Phoenix started taking out the chariots chasing Natasha, and even managed to blow up the chariot Loki was riding. He got thrown towards the Stark Tower, and fell on the roof of the tower, looking to be hurt. Loki beginning to stand up, Jean floated towards him about to engage him. But, out of nowhere, Hulk suddenly showed up and sucker punched Loki. Knowing Hulk's got this, she decided to aid Natasha and flew towards the Tesseract. Natasha arrived near the roof and made an impressive backflip over the chariot and onto Stark Tower, near where the Tesseract was. There was a barrier surrounding the cube, and Natasha was having trouble getting through it. She tried hitting it, and even shot at it a few times, but nothing seemed to work. Seconds later Jean arrived, next to her. "I can't get through the barrier," Natasha said, clearly frustrated. "Let me give it a try," Jean said. She first tested the strength of the barrier by trying to pierce it with her telekinesis. When that didn't work, she even tried burning it with her fire. "The scepter," a voice to their right said. They turned to look at Dr. Selvig leaning over the edge of the roof and looking at something. Dr. Natasha greeted him. Selvig looked at them and repeated, "Loki's scepter. The energy. The Tesseract can't fight. You can't protect against yourself." Selvig continued. Natasha got closer to him and tried comforting him. "It's not your fault. You didn't know what you were doing." Selvig shook his head and said, "Well, actually, I think I did. I built in a safety to cut the power source." "Loki's scepter?" Nat asked. "It may be able to close the portal. And I'm looking right at it." Saying this, Selvig looked down. Natasha leaned down the edge to see Loki's scepter sitting there innocently. Jean nodded and used her telekinesis to get the scepter. "I can close it. Can anybody hear me? I can shut the portal down," Nat said, through the comms. "Do it," Cap yelled out. "No, wait." Stark's voice stopped Nat right there. "Stark, these things are still coming," Cap argued. "I got a nuke coming in. It's gonna blow in less than a minute. And I know just where to put it," Stark said. Jean turned to where Stark was and saw him carrying a missile on his back and exerting a lot of effort to change its course. He managed it and almost hit his own building, but started going upwards towards the portal. "Phoenix, clear up the way for him," Cap said on the comms. Phoenix flew off towards the portal and started killing the Shitori getting in Stark's way. "Stark, you know that's a one-way trip, right?" Cap asked Stark on the common channel. Stark shut his comms off and continued flying towards the portal. He entered the portal and all of them waited for a beat. Seconds later, a bright light shone on the other side of the portal. The Shitori soldiers started falling down, one after the other. Stark was nowhere to be seen. "Come on, Stark," Nat mumbled. Stark still not coming out. They continued waiting, still hoping he made it. A few seconds pass by, when a voice suddenly says, "Close it." Nat pushed the scepter forwards and closed it. The Tesseract stopped beaming its energy and the portal slowly started closing. It was all somber for everyone as they could only think about Tony's sacrifice. Suddenly another portal opened in the sky. It was small compared to the first one, and had a reddish-golden hue to it. A figure slowly floated out of it, holding Tony's prone form in his arms. "Son of a gun," Cap whispered. There, they see Enigma descending to the ground and laying Tony slowly on his back. They all gather around Tony and Enigma, while Cap comes closer and checks for a pulse but doesn't detect anything. "Ah. Just a sec there," Enigma said, as he used a mini venom blast to jump-start his heart. "Ah." Tony gasped out, "What just happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me." "Yeah, Banner gave you mouth-to-mouth," Enigma said, pointing at Hulk. A look of horror appeared on Tony's face, while Hulk snorted in derision. Cap started chuckling, but he wasn't the only one. soon all of them were having a laugh at Tony's expense. It was a laugh filled with relief and exhaustion. One that let everybody unconsciously let go of the tension that's been building up all day. The invasion was finally over. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 3+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /. Tell me what you guys think in the comments, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Comment. 34 comments. Vote. Chapter 79, The God of Winter. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 4+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /. Enjoy winking smiley. We won. Cap said, smiling. Yeah. All right. Good job, guys. Let's just not come in tomorrow. Let's just take a day. Have you ever tried shawarma? There's a shawarma joint about 2 blocks from here. Tony said. He pointed towards a random direction. I don't know what it is, but I wanna try it. Thor looked up towards Stark Tower and said, we're not finished yet. Tony nodded and said, then shawarma after. They all get up and start walking towards the tower. I call my team to rendezvous at the tower, and we all reach there at about the same time, as well as the Avengers, with Hulk jumping up from the road. We see Loki currently crawling onto the stairs. He took a few breaths, froze and then turned around to look at us. He saw all of us standing in a pose, and aiming all our weapons. If it's all the same to you, I'll have that drink now. Loki said to Stark. All right, get him on his feet. We can all stand around posing up a storm later. By the way, feel free to clean up. Tony said. Thor went and picked up him by the throat, just to make sure it was really him and not an illusion. Don't worry, it's really him. I said. Be that as it may, it gives me some peace of mind. Thor said. We cuffed Loki, while Thor slapped a device on Loki's mouth to make him quiet. Who gets the, magic wand? Natasha suddenly spoke up. I grabbed the scepter and it shone for a moment. Whoa, careful with that thing. Tony said. Relax, it's probably an energy discharge. I said. Well, whatever it was, strike team's coming to secure it any minute now. Tony said. We put the scepter in a case and waited. A few minutes later S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came to collect the scepter. We can take that off your hands. Sitwell said. I turned over the scepter to them without a fuss, since I still had plans for it. By all means. Careful with that thing. I said. Unless you want your mind erased. And not in a fun way. Barton said. We promise to be careful. Sitwell said. After that, some of the team decided to split up. I opened a portal for them to get back home, while Jean and Kitty went to the streets to help with the rescue efforts. Shankai was base human, so understandably he was incredibly tired. Piotr was anxious to see his sister. And now that I think about it, I totally forgot to tell him, I accidentally summoned his brother. Storm went back to the mansion, and Wolverine decided to grab a drink. He wasn't much for rescue, more of a slice and dice kind of guy. I told Cap to go with him, and even told Logan that Cap could tell him about his past. Logan grunted in affirmation, while Cap gave me a nod. Some of us had to fight harder than others, while the rest weren't as exhausted due to the nature of their powers. Jean's telepathy proved invaluable in search and rescue, in the aftermath of the invasion. Any survivors injured or buried under rubble were quickly found and rescued. I had her sync up with Diana, who was manning the CSC drones, Cypher Solutions combat drones. She would relay the survivors' locations, and the drones would use tractor beams to get them to the nearest hospital, or simply notify any authorities close by. I tried to convince her to at least rest for a bit, but she pointed out she had energy to spare. Jean's powers revolved around using her telekinesis, telepathy and phoenix fire. This time telepathy was out, since I warned her not to use it against the Shitori. I couldn't exactly risk her connect to a hive mind, without any sort of precautions. Who knows what would have happened then? Her phoenix fire was obviously the most destructive power in her arsenal, but it also required the most stamina to use, which was not ideal in a long drawn-out battle. Which left her with telekinesis, which was the most efficient in dealing with the Chituri's flying troops. I also suspected her empathic power was at work again. One could only imagine how hard it was to ignore the psychic cries of pain after a disaster such as this. Hundreds and if not thousands of people struck by fear, confusion and all sorts of emotions. We go down the lift with Thor and Tony leading us. Tony had the case with the Tesseract in his hand, and was now out of his suit. Hulk made to follow, but found the elevator full. "Move," Hulk said. "Whoa, whoa. Hey, buddy. What do you think? Maximum occupancy has been reached," Tony said. "Take the stairs," Thor said. "Take the stairs. Hate the stairs," Hulk said. He then heads off to the building's stairwell, and looks down at the many stairs below him. "So many stairs," Hulk shouts angrily. Loki was trailing behind them with me standing behind Loki, and the others and a few SHIELD agents trailing behind me. We enter the lobby of Stark Tower and get stopped by about 20 SHIELD agents including Alexander Pierce. "May I ask you where you are going?" Pierce asked us. "To lunch and then Asgard." "I'm sorry, you are?" Thor asked, confused. "Alexander Pierce. He's the man, above Nick Fury." Tony answered, introducing them. "My friends call me Mr. Secretary. I'm gonna have to ask you to turn that prisoner over to me," Pierce said and gestured to a bound Loki. "Loki will be answering for his crimes to Odin himself," Thor explained. "Oh, he's gonna answer to us. Odin can have what's left. And I'm gonna need that case, that's been SHIELD property for over 70 years. He points to the case in Tony's hand. An agent tries to take the case from Tony. "Hand over the case, Stark." "Master Doug, the CSC drones are almost finished with retrieving the extraterrestrial equipment, and bodies left behind by the Shitori," I suddenly heard, through my earpiece. "Good. What about the Leviathans?" I asked. "They've been moved to a close-by location, and camouflaged by the drone's holographic illusions, until further instructions," she said. "I'll handle them later. Just send in a few drones to my current location," I said. While Tony was still arguing with Pierce, I decided to create a little distraction. Luckily, I was familiar enough with the arc reactor to pull this off without hurting Tony. It should only give him a mild cardiac dysrhythmia and create an opening for what was about to happen. I discreetly started using my telekinesis, and with a twitch of my finger, Tony dropped the case, and then fell to the ground. "Stark. Alexander Pierce. Stark. Thor. Look, he's convulsing. Give him a medic. Alexander Pierce. Medic. You guys, some help." I shouted. Stark, your chest machine. Alexander Pierce. Suddenly, Hulk bursted out of the stairwell and into the lobby, shouting. No stairs. I took advantage of their distraction and quickly used my telekinesis to push the case towards Loki. Everyone ran from Hulk's rampage, while Loki took the chance to run towards the Tesseract, grabbed it and teleported away. You'll be fine, Stark. Stay with us. I'll try something, okay? I have no idea if it's gonna work. Thor said. Thor then used Mjolnir as the defibrillator on Tony and shocked him. Yes. Thor shouted. That worked a treat. That was so crazy. Tony said. I had no idea if that was gonna work. Thor said. The case? Tony asked. The case. It's, Where's the case? Where's Loki? Loki. Thor said. A few weeks later. Fury was facing once more members of the World Security Council. Where are the Avengers? World Security Council #3. I'm not currently tracking their whereabouts. I'd say they've earned a leave of absence. Fury said. And the Tesseract? World Security Council #2. The Tesseract is lost, so is Loki. Fury said. So, you not only let a war criminal escape, he also managed to steal the Tesseract. World Security Council #1. Pardon me, but I don't think that's my fault. If anything, this all happened right under Councilman Pierce's nose. Fury said. Then what about the Avengers, and that mutant team, which belongs to the Enigma? Letting them loose on this world. They're dangerous. World Security Council #2. They surely are. And the whole world knows it. Every world knows it. Fury said. Was that the point of all this? A statement. World Security Council #1 asked. A promise. Fury answered. It took a few weeks to deal with the aftermath of the invasion. I managed to obtain everything the Chitauri left behind, but more importantly I prevented Hydra and any other interested parties from getting their hands on them. I also mobilized every piece of manpower and competent personnel I had to help the city. We came out in full force, and the media didn't fail to notice. Cypher Solutions became a household name, and my popularity skyrocketed. Everything from medical equipment to free medical care, free housing for those affected by the battle, and even construction teams to rebuild what was destroyed. I was now known as the mysterious, but kind-hearted millionaire. Douglas Ramsey. I was currently preparing to go to Limbo, to meet a certain guest. A few weeks may have passed here, but it would only be a few hours in Limbo. Limbo. I walked towards the holding cells, and in a few minutes I was standing before a bound and muzzled figure. *silence*. Do you have any idea how hard it is to plant a hidden telepathic suggestion? You know, unlike Thanos, I didn't have the help of the Mind Stone to pull it off. I said. *silence*. Oh, when you ask. I said. The plane. Just before your brother showed up, I almost didn't manage to make it in time. I said. I was only met with an angry glare, and decided to stop. I twitched my finger, and using my telekinesis, the muzzle fell off. Where are we? And what do you want from me? He said. We're in a place away from prying eyes. Odin can't see us here. Neither can Heimdall. I said, as I ran my fingers on the wall. The walls shimmered slightly, and thousands of runes appeared. I had a little time on my hands over the years, and I knew this would come in handy someday. I said. I dare say your command over runes is almost as impressive as Odin's, but I'm at a loss over why I'm here. Loki said. You know, your prowess always seemed a bit lackluster compared to your brother and father. Aren't you supposed to be some kind of god? I asked. We can't all be brutes like my brother, he said, in indignation. Is it because you're not a Asgardian? But even for a frost giant you seem kinda weak, I said. He was shocked for a moment, before he snorted and said. Did you bring me here, to insult me and call me weak? If so, I'm not interested in listening to your useless prattling. No. I brought you here to make you an offer, I said. I suddenly pulled a vial filled with a blue liquid out of my pocket and showed it to him. I apologize, but I was already vaccinated on Asgard. He mocked. Joke all you want, but what I have here is your only chance at getting revenge. All your life you've been used, discarded. First by your so-called father who threw you away the moment you were born. Odin who manipulated and lied to you for years. And finally Thanos, who used you as his puppet to wage a war on Earth for his own interests. I said. How are you any different than them? He snarled. The difference is, that I'm offering you real power. Not an empty promise, nor some feeble sense of sentiment. I said. Why should I believe you? What do you have to gain by offering me your so-called power? How can even whatever is in there, give power to me, a god? He shouted. This Loki, is the effort of countless hours of research. This vial contains the purified bloodline of a frost giant, spliced with the DNA of an Omega-level mutant who commands ice. It'll fully awaken your frost giant blood, and give you power beyond your wildest fantasies. With training you could possibly achieve full ice elementalization. That means you can lose any body part while in ice form and grow it back, actual immortality. And even more feats of power, only you can realize its full extent. I said. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? What? I shrugged. It's your choice. You can either stay a puppet your whole life, or become something more. What do you want in return? He asked. I want a partner, an equal, and I want someone who can help me kill Thanos, I said. He was left speechless and it took a long while, before he said. I'll do it. But I want Asgard. I don't care, you can have it, if you want. But you'll have to help me first. I dispelled the runes binding him and extended an arm to him. I guess I should welcome you then. Loki the God of Winter. Chapter End. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 4+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / comment. 44 comments. Vote. Chapter 80, My Own Pepper. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. After we finished our business in Limbo, Loki and I went back to New York. It didn't take long for Loki to learn the concealment spell I used back on Asgard, and I also had him disguise himself using his magic. I found him an apartment close to our base, and had Sophie and Diana keep an eye on him for now. I made him promise to behave, and to take this chance to fully integrate and practice his new powers. I had to admit it, getting used to living on Earth amongst humans was a big adjustment, especially after trying to enslave said humans. Loki seemed like the kind of guy who was charismatic and laid back, but I could sense his nervousness. And even if I were to explain to the Avengers and Thor that Loki was manipulated, it still didn't change the fact that Loki did indeed attack New York, and because of his actions, hundreds of lives were lost. Even with my preparations, the casualties weren't few in number. Without the CSC drones, I reckon many more lives would have been lost. I needed to relax after all of this. I've been stretched too thin. Between training in limbo for years, preparing for the New York invasion, making sure everything went perfectly, I've been feeling a little stressed. I wanted to relax for a bit, and what better way to do so than to spend time with one of the sexiest women alive, who also happened to be my girlfriend. I opened a portal back to my apartment and I was treated by one hell of a sight. Damn, she thick dot, I thought. Jean was leaning over in front of a bookshelf, looking for something to read. She also happened to be wearing something that looked quite similar to one of those TikTok pants I saw in my old world. It was arousing to say the least. I found myself slowly approaching her as if a predator stalking its prey. She still hadn't noticed me, due to the absurd amounts of concealment wards and runes I had on me. I was now standing right behind her, my hand slowly approaching her perky butt. I slightly pinched her and was met by a cute yelp. She turned around surprised, ready to blast me away, but stopped just in time to see it was me. Doug. When did you get here? I didn't sense you at all. She asked in surprise. A while ago, I said, with a smirk. She lightly smacked me in the chest. Don't do that again, it hurt. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. Love the outfit by the way. Well, I bought it with your money. That and a few other things. Kitty and I went on a little revenge shopping spree, as she called it. She said. Sounds like you girls were having fun without me. I said. She glared at me and said. And whose fault is that again? You've been gone for almost a year, and ever since you came back, I barely get to see you. I walked a bit closer and wrapped my arms around her. I started slowly kissing her neck. I'm sorry, I promise to make it up to you. Jean blushed as she snuggled into my chest. I bit her neck a bit hard as if wanting to leave an ownership mark on her skin. She moaned slightly and heavily blushed. I laughed. Then, grabbed her butt again. Doug. Not right now, I still have to. She started saying. I suddenly picked her up and slung her over my shoulder. She yelped in surprise, but didn't resist. Whatever it is, it can wait. It may have been a year for you, but it was a lot longer for me. You have no idea how long I waited for this. I said. I woke up the next morning refreshed. We went a few rounds last night and didn't stop till both of us were spent. Good morning, sleepyhead. I said. MHHMMM. She mumbled. Jean was splayed on the bed, her head and limbs poking out from under the covers. I tried waking her a few times, but then decided to let her sleep in for a bit. We didn't exactly get much sleep last night. I put on some pants, and went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. I decided to make pancakes, sausages and some eggs. Sophie, what's on my agenda today? I spoke up. A holographic screen popped up in front of me, while Sophie told me what I had to do for today. Wait. Dr. PYM finally agreed on a meeting. What changed? I asked. It seems our efforts in trying to rebuild New York gained us favor with a lot of people. I'm guessing Dr. PYM is one of them. She said. Ha, to think all I had to do was spend a couple of $100 million. If I had known that, I would have done it sooner. I mused to myself. I've been trying to recruit Dr. PYM for the longest time. Although his PYM particles were impressive, I didn't exactly need them. Sure, shrinking yourself was useful, but it wasn't anything I couldn't do with a spell. I was more interested in the man himself, the mind behind such a thing. To come up with something this advanced in the 70s was far more impressive to me. Unlike Dr. Hansen and the Parkers, Dr. PYM was a far harder man to convince. There wasn't anyone trying to kill him, and as far as I knew he wasn't interested in wealth. If it weren't for my meta-knowledge and the fact that I knew something that could be possibly interest him, I would have given up a long time ago. Set up a meeting at noon. I will need to prepare a few things in advance. I think Dr. PYM might be happy to know that his wife is quite possibly still alive. I said. Already done. She said. Now that we're done with the business side of things, update me on our progress with the Inhumans. Have they responded yet? I asked. Negative. Our scanners were able to detect their presence on the moon, but it seems for some reason they can't or won't respond. She said. It seems I'll have to go there myself then. I sighed. On the other hand, we've had much better luck with the Inhuman settlements here on Earth. We're very close to finding them. She said. Good. At least we have that going for us. Do you have anything else to report? I asked. Affirmative. We may have found one of our targets from the list of candidates you provided. She said. Really? Who? I asked with interest. Anya Sargon, she said. Third POV. As a young girl, Anya lived in a war-torn Balkan country. While she and other children were able to put the threat of landmines and snipers from their minds at times, her village was eventually invaded by enemy troops and she was forced to flee the only life she'd known. As a young teenager, Anya hadn't escaped war. She found herself caught up in the Russian invasion of Afghanistan. She had been forced to learn to fight to survive encounters with both soldiers and local bandits, and took weapons and equipment from the bodies of fallen combatants wherever she found them. One day, Anya felt herself compelled to enter a cave in the nearby Hindu Kush mountain range. She found a fatality-injured woman. She briefly stood, horrified, over the raped body of a young female. Then, sensing she was about to be attacked from behind, she spun and shot one of the bandits. Unswayed as he pleaded for his life, she unsheathed her knife and killed him. POV end. Decisive and strong. I may have underestimated you a bit. She turned around surprised, but her surprise was soon replaced by confusion and a bit of fear. What are you? She asked warily. Usually people would ask who are you, instead of what. I said in amusement. Your cells there. She said. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can see my cells. She looked me in the eye and said. They're incredible. Well, I'm glad you find my cells sexy, but this isn't the place for a chat. I said, looking at a freshly dug grave, and the burning body of man beside it. I waved my hand and a portal appeared right beside us. Care to go for a stroll? I asked. As it turned out, Anya's abilities were far more impressive than I previously thought. I had a vague idea of her powers due to my meta-knowledge, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. After a long chat, where I answered some of her questions and she answered some of mine, we came to an understanding. She would be in charge of managing the company. She'd basically be Tony's version of Miss Pepper, but a far more impressive one. I only knew about her ability called mental computation, which gave her intellectual capabilities that worked in the same way as a supercomputer would. She could also perfectly remember everything she experienced, and instantaneously retrieve every memory and any information she has perceived. In short, she had a photographic memory. The ability she used on me back at the cave was called genetic sight. It allowed her the ability to perceive the DNA in cells, living or dead, within close range. Combined with her innate analytical capabilities, this allowed her to determine familial relationships between people and to understand a person's current and potential abilities. She was taken aback by our first meeting. She told me it was the first time she ever saw someone so complex, as she put it. "Wait. So, you're immortal?" she said, clearly surprised. "Please, I cracked immortality a long time ago. But, I can still be killed, but it'll have to be under some specific conditions. My opponent would either have to erase me on the atomic level, or destroy my soul. There are a few other ways too, but those are the most effective," I concluded. She snorted. "So you're basically telling me that the only way to kill you is to drop a nuclear bomb on your ass, or somehow destroy your soul?" "Well, I could just open a portal, and that wouldn't be an issue," I said. There was a moment of silence. "Wow, you really are broken," she said. I laughed it off, but only I knew the threat of being erased was real, and quite possible. It didn't matter how strong I was. I could get erased all the same. In the end it all came down to luck. I had a 50/50 chance, same as everyone else, and that's assuming Thanos didn't just erase everybody. And let's just say, I didn't fancy leaving my fate to a madman's whim. I finished our meeting by saying, "You're starting in a week. Take this time to relax, and sort out yourself." "Thank you, I don't know what to say, she said. I cut her off. More than capable, and a fine addition to our team. "Welcome aboard, Sage." "Sage?" she asked. "It's your code name," I explained. "Huh. I think I like it," she said, with a smile. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / comment. 32 comments. Vote. Chapter 81, A New Race. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / enjoy winking smiley. It wasn't long before noon came, and I found myself heading towards the meeting with Dr. Pym. Thankfully it didn't take long to convince Sage to work for me. I practically rescued her out of a war zone, and offered her enormous benefits. We agreed she would start her training in a week, after she settled in. Her ability might allow her to process information like a supercomputer, but she still needed to study. Sophie and a few other instructors I hired will teach her the business side of things, while Shanghai handles her martial arts training. I was about to arrive at my office, so I cleared my mind from my previous thoughts. I entered only to find Dr. Pym waiting for me. "Dr. Pym, a pleasure to meet you," I said, as I walked in. "Mr. Ramsey, the pleasure is mine," he said. I offered him to sit down, and poured the two of us a drink. He politely declined, so I decided to get back on track. I have to say, I didn't expect you to agree. What made you change your mind? I asked. It's because of my daughter. He answered. Your daughter? I said, with a raised eyebrow. Yes, she seems to be under the notion that you're different. He said. I'm honored to be thought of so highly by your daughter, but what about you, Dr. Pym? What do you think? I asked, slightly curious. People aren't always what they appear to be, and more often than not, one finds himself disappointed, he said. Wise words to live by. Is that the reason that you've been avoiding me for the last couple of years? I said. Mr. Ramsey, I'm not naive. I'm a retired scientist. The only thing worth your attention is heavily classified. Which leads me to believe you somehow know something you're not supposed to. He said. What? Like the fact you've got about half a dozen of your soldier ants trying to infiltrate my company as we speak. I said, with a smirk. His eyes widened, and he suddenly grew alarmed. Please don't try to deny it, we're both smart people. In fact, I'd be disappointed if you didn't even try. I said. I waved my hand and a couple of dozen ants appeared on the desk in front of us. They were too little to see, so I casted a rune to increase their size. I uttered. Dr. Pym jumped out of his chair, and pointed at the now rat-sized ants on the table, in clear disbelief. Ho! How did you do that? I ignored his question and quickly finished my drink. I got up from my chair, and gave him a sharp look. I don't take kindly to people spying on me, but I'm willing to make an exception here. There was short lull in our conversation, one long enough for him to get his bearings back. He straightened up, and looked me dead in the eyes, and with a low voice. What do you want? It took a while, but after some convincing we managed to come to an understanding. He didn't agree to work for me, but after hinting at the possibility of his wife's survival, and my willingness to pour any available resources to help him build a quantum portal, he finally relented. I think showing him our state-of-the-art labs, and how advanced our technology was, sealed the deal. I also convinced him to give us a sample of his PYM particles for research purposes. A part of him always feared how his discoveries could be used or even weaponized. He was understandably reluctant to do so, but after showing him the kind of technology I had access to, it greatly assuaged his fears. I mean, if I wanted to destroy the world or use his research for nefarious means, there were easier ways to do it. I decided to delegate and clear my schedule for the day and popped into limbo for a bit. It looked nothing like it previously did. Its previous barren surface was replaced by green vegetation and wildlife as far as the eye could see. I could hear a roar coming from the sky, only to see one of the leviathans I managed to acquire. Not counting the scout ship and the Chituri soldier who managed to survive the invasion. I had over half a dozen leviathans currently living in limbo. They looked nothing like their predecessors and instead more closely resembled great white whales. It took a bit of tinkering and time, but through some soul magic, their visage and strength were greatly boosted. I didn't expect them to turn pure white though. It was an unexpected side effect, due to the high concentration of light force energy in this realm. Trace amounts of the light force energy seeped into their souls, while I was reshaping their souls. They were barely sentient, which made it a lot easier to do so. I only planned on strengthening their bodies and their speed, but I was surprised to discover they also gained some unique powers. They could now shoot concentrated beams of light force energy from their mouths, and could even release light from their bodies, by controlling their bioluminescent skin. I planned on using them as war beasts and even started cloning some of them in specialized chambers, since as it turns out that's how they were made. The process was also easily explained in the information I acquired from the Sheetorize database. It was easy enough to replicate granted you had the required materials. Master, I heard from behind me. I turned around only to see the Chitauri soldier I acquired back on the spaceship. Only now, he looked nothing like a Chitauri soldier. For one, he could speak, and with a process quite similar to the Leviathans I was able to change him. His skin turned albino, and he had a more humanoid appearance. He gained 5 digits on each limb, his face was a lot less reptilian but still looked somewhat alien. Like the Leviathans, he also gained new powers. He could channel light force energy to create daggers or even swords made out of pure light force energy. They were strong enough to cut through solid steel and were quite useful in combat. He also gained a minor form of telepathy, and like the Leviathans, his skin gained a faint luminescent glow to it. Castiel, I see you're adjusting quite well to your new body, I said. It's all thanks to Master, he said, with a worshipping look in his eyes. How goes the task I have assigned you? Have any of your brothers or sisters awakened? I asked. Not yet, Master, but soon. I've been watching over them as you have instructed. Recently, they've been moving a lot more in their slumber, he said. I nodded in approval and said, that's good. Keep watch over them. They will need you when they awaken. You are the first of your new race, and that comes with heavy responsibility. It turns out the changes I made were enough to classify them as a new race. They were essentially mutated and each of them had a connection to the light force dimension. I had many samples collected from various dead Chitauri soldiers and using Castiel as a genetic template and with some genetic engineering, the results turned out better than I could ask for. They would still need time to grow and learn though. I didn't plan on treating them as expendable soldiers. Instead they would become the first inhabitants of the new and improved limbo. Those with aptitudes suitable for science would become scientists, and those with aptitudes suitable to become generals and warriors would be so. It'll take years, but then again time on Limbo passed a lot faster than it did on Earth. I left Castiel to his own devices, and decided to head towards the castle's treasury. I entered the room which was filled with security runes and wards, only to see what I came for. The Tesseract. Previously when I was threatening Loki on the plane, I managed to plant 2 hidden telepathic suggestions. One was to escape after his capture, and the other were the coordinates to a heavily warded cell in Limbo. The Tesseract primarily worked by thinking of the coordinates or by the user's intentions. I set the second telepathic suggestion to activate the moment he tried and used the Tesseract. I took the stone, and opened a portal that led to the heart of Limbo. In this chamber 3 raised pedestals were surrounding the Prometheum heart. Each pedestal had a runic chain branching from it leading up to a complex runic matrix surrounding the core. I walked towards the central pedestal and broke apart the Tesseract before extracting the stone within. I kept the shell, since it could be useful one day. Then placed the space stone in a groove that perfectly fitted the stone. The pedestal pulsed with energy, before stabilizing. I could feel a new connection, at the edge of my mind, begging to be used. I gave in to the feeling and with a thought, I disappeared. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /. Comment. 30 comments. Vote. Chapter 82, The Dark World. For 10 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon / Enjoy winking smiley. 1 year later. Shanghai was busy wiping the floors with the rookies, which I always found entertaining to watch. Most of the new recruits were either newly awakened mutants or the occasional inhuman. It was an exercise designed to ingrain humility, and teach them early on, that having powers doesn't make you invincible. And what better way to show it, than have a base human kick your ass? *bam**. OOF. I said. Always remember, your powers are only a tool. Your enemies won't give you time to use them, a battle can end in a moment. Shanghai said, as he flipped over another recruit. Hey boss, looks like you're having fun. Callisto said, walking up to me. What can I say, I find it nostalgic. I said. I kept watching for a while, before I was suddenly interrupted by Sophie. Master, this news report just came in. Sophie said, as she played the news report. I'm here at Stonehenge, for what has been an interesting unfolding of events today. The police reported the scene shortly after 11 a.m. this morning, after a seemingly harmless rambler approached the area, then started to strip naked and effectively terrorize tourists there with scientific equipment while shouting that he was trying to save them. The man, later identified as noted astrophysicist Dr. Eric Selvig, has been called in for questioning by police. The Stonehenge TV news reporter said. After she showed me the news report of Selvig running around naked in Stonehenge while the police were trying to catch him, I was silent for a while. Boss. What's wrong? Callisto said. Nothing. Callisto. I just didn't need to see that. I said, in a strange tone. I shook my head, chasing away those strange thoughts. Making a note to teach Sophie how to blur certain things. I mean, gravity did that man no favors. Third POV. Jane, Darcy and Ian had just entered the old factory. The 3 scientists started going into the abandoned warehouse, with Jane in the lead, followed by Darcy and the new intern. They were trying to track the gravitational anomalies when they suddenly heard a noise. I am not getting stabbed in the name of science. Darcy whispered. She lifted up her hands and shouted, it's okay. We're Americans. Is that supposed to make them like us? Jane asked incredulously. She's about to say something when they heard some kids' voices. Make it go away. A girl whispered loudly. Shush. Another kid shushed her. The voices stopped and 3 kids came out of their hiding places. Are you the police? The girl asked them. No, we're scientists. She paused, looked around and said, well, I am. Jane said. Thanks. Darcy said sarcastically. We just found it. The boys said, still afraid. Can you show us? Jane asked, gently. The 3 kids lead Jane, Darcy and Ian to a truck. One of the boys touched the truck and pushed it up with 2 fingers. They watched in amazement as the truck floated in midair. That doesn't seem rigged, Jane said. The kids then took them to a stairwell in the factory. They all stopped at a stairwell in the factory, and one of them dropped a bottle down the stairwell. They watched as the bottle disappeared into thin air after making a few ripples in the air like it was dropped into water. Where did it go? Darcy asked the small girl with them. The girl just pointed upwards, and they all looked up to see the bottle reappear above them. It once again dropped down into another portal, only to appear up once again, continuously appearing and disappearing from the portals. That's incredible," Jane said. She picked up an empty can and dropped it down and watched it do the same thing. It disappeared into thin air, but when they looked up to watch it reappear, nothing happened. "What happened?" Darcy asked, in surprise. "Sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't," the girl explained. "I want to throw something." "Jane, give me your shoe," Darcy said, which Jane ignores. Jane took out her scanner and looked at the readings. "I haven't seen readings like this since," Jane muttered. "New Mexico," Darcy said. Jane gave her a meaningful look before rushing off, whilst shouting, "Don't touch anything." Back to Darcy. Darcy waited a few moments, until Jane was out of sight, then turned to Ian and said, "Give me your shoe." Jane walked away from the others and watched them on the stairwell, dropping objects down and watching them disappear and reappear. She looked at her gadget and saw the anomaly was nearby and started walking off. Back on the stairwell, Ian dropped the car keys down and they watched it disappear, but when they looked up it didn't reappear. "Were those the car keys?" Darcy asked. Jane followed the readings on her gadget, which took her to another part of the factory. As the readings got stronger, a gust of wind pushed her forward and she found herself teleported in another realm. She looked around and found the column holding the ether. She reached her hand out when. "I wouldn't touch that, if I were you." POV end. She recoiled in shock and took a few steps back. "Enigma. What are you doing here?" she said, in surprise. "I could ask you the same question, Dr. Jane. If I had arrived a moment later, your life would have been danger," I said. "You know what that thing is?" she asked, pointing at it. "Yes, it's called the ether," I said. "Where are we? What is this place?" she asked. I started casting a few spells, whilst making some calculations. "Judging by what my readings tell me, we should be at the ruins of Svartalfheim." "Ha, wouldn't have thought to look there," I said. "Svartalfheim?" she asked. "It is one of the 9 realms and home to the Dark Elves. The Asgardians and other inhabitants of the 9 realms refer to it as the Dark World," I said. Her eyes widened in surprise, and I could see my statement only raised more questions. It wasn't every day one could stumble onto an infinity stone. So, I decided to answer some of her questions. "It's located in a star system that is almost completely corroded with dark matter. Both Svartalfheim and the Dark Elves inhabiting it have developed under a more diverse table of elements. The only source of visible light for the world is a black hole," I continued, pointing at the sky. "But that's impossible," she said, looking up at the sky. "Let's continue this later, it's not safe here," I said, eyeing the ether's erratic movements. At the same time, a dark elf suddenly awakened in his ship, knowing that the ether has been found. "The ether awakens us. The convergence returns," Malekith said. "After containing the ether in a container made out of the Tesseract's shell and a vibranium chassis. I opened a portal back to the warehouse, and took Dr. Jane with me." "Aliens." I dodged a shoe thrown my way, and shot an annoyed look towards the culprit. Darcy was hiding behind Ian, who by the way only had his socks left. "I'm not an alien, Miss Lewis, and if I was, I doubt throwing your intern's shoe would help," I said. Darcy suddenly exclaimed, "Hey! You're that Enigma guy. You helped Thor in New Mexico and New York." "Yes, thanks for reminding me, Ms. Lewis. I sighed. Darcy ran towards where Jane was and hugged her, as she exclaimed, "Jane! Where the hell were you?" Jane shook off her head and says, "I was in Svartalfheim." Sv. What now? Darcy asked. It's one of the 9 realms. I said. Sir, I'm a big fan. I saw what you did at New York. Also, I'm sorry about the shoe thing. The intern said, extending his hand. It's all right, I only did what I had to. I'm sure given the opportunity, most would have done the same. I said. He was looking at me in awe, which was slightly uncomfortable. I mean, how would you feel if another man was staring at you with such an intense gaze? I wonder if that's how female celebrities feel. I thought to myself. Jane looked visibly upset, still slightly freaked out by what happened. It started raining and lightning rumbled above us. We heard another lightning crackle and I turned to the side where I heard a person landing. It was Thor. As soon as Jane saw Thor, she started running towards him. And as soon as she reached him, she slapped him hard in the face. He was stunned for a moment, but quickly shook it off. Sorry. I just needed to make sure you were real, it's been a very strange day. Jane said. Well, I am. Jane. Thor said. She suddenly slapped him again, this time with more heat. Where were you? She yelled. Where were you? Himdall could not see you. He shot back. I was right here where you left me. I was waiting and then I was crying and then I went out looking for you. You said you were coming back, she said. I know, but the Bifrost was destroyed. The 9 realms erupted into chaos, wars were raging, marauding hordes were pillaging. I had to put an end to the slaughter. He said. As excuses go, that's not terrible. But I saw you on TV, you were in New York. She said. Jane, I fought to protect you from the dangers of my world, but I was wrong, I was a fool. I believe that fate brought us together. Jane, I don't know where you were or what happened, but I do know this. He said. What? Jane said. I waved my hand, and an invisible barrier appeared above my head to protect us from the rain. Darcy wiped her glasses, and pointed at the barrier. What's up with that? Is it like a benefit of being an Avenger? She asked. I snorted and said, it's benefits of being a sorcerer. Let's join them, shall we? We went there and saw that Thor and Jane were about to kiss. Darcy, ever that tactful one, interrupted them and said, Hey! Is that you? Referring to the rain. We're kind of in the middle of something. Jane said. Thor looked up and with a mental command the rain suddenly stopped. He then turned to me, and said, Enigma. What are you doing here? Thor asked in surprise. Why don't you ask her? I said, looking towards Jane. He shot her a concerned look. Are you all right? What happened? I was looking for the source of those gravitational readings and I must have gone through a portal, because suddenly I found myself in a dark cave with red light coming through the opening. There was this weird liquid thing floating, and I was about to touch it. She babbled. He looked at me for an explanation. The portal led to Svartalfheim. The red thing she mentioned was the ether. His eyes widened in alarm. Please tell me, you didn't touch it. I didn't. She said. I was there in time. She's fine. I assured. We suddenly heard police sirens, coming towards us and saw that 2 cop cars were coming right for us. I'm pretty sure we are getting arrested. Darcy said. I'll handle it, just give me a sec, Jane said, before running towards the police cars. As we were standing, waiting for Jane to resolve the issue, Darcy turned to Thor and said, "Look at you, still all muscly and everything. How's space?" "Space is fine," Thor answered. "Are you Jane Foster?" the police officer said. "Yes," Jane said. "Do you know this man?" the policeman said, referring to Ian. "He's my intern." "My intern's intern," she said. "Well, this is private property and you're trespassing, the lot of you. You'll have to come with me," the policeman said. He goes to grab Jane's arm, and I can see Thor visibly tense. Before the situation could escalate further, I wave my hand. "There's nothing to see here." It was a false alarm. The police officers suddenly stop and unharned Jane. They get back in their cars and drive off. "The force. Obervan!" Darcy exclaimed. Thor looked at me curiously, but said nothing. He goes to check on Jane, followed by Darcy and me. Sensing some spatial disturbance and the signs of someone trying to teleport us, I get ready. Thor suddenly tells Jane hold on to me. Just in time, because as soon as she does, we see different colored lights all around us and feel a pull upwards. "What are you doing?" Jane asked in confusion. Suddenly the bifrost opens. I don't fight the pull, but I feel Darcy latch onto me. Before we even know it, we drop down on the hard floor. I'm unaffected by the trip, since this wasn't my first time. Thor too was unshaken. Jane stumbled a bit, but managed to straighten herself, while Darcy was about to fall. She made a stupid decision following us, but we can't help it now. "Holy shit," Darcy said. Jane looked around her in amazement, and said, "We have to do that again." She then noticed Himdall for the first time, who was guarding as always. His all-seeing eyes land on us, as he stared at us impassively. Jane gulped, unconsciously. Hi. Welcome to Asgard," Himdall said. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 83, In the City of Gods. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon / Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. We were following Thor towards the golden city of Asgard, while Jane and Darcy looked around in amazement. The view from the Bifrost, the people, the marketplace. I was also secretly impressed, since I didn't have enough time to check everything out last time I was here. It's a shame, it was all going to get destroyed in a few years. I continued walking beside Thor, Darcy trailing slightly behind us, just looking around. She was gawking at everything, and while she was starting to get on my nerves, I did find her antics amusing. Thor insisted on taking Jane to get examined, since he was still worried about her. We soon reached the medical bay of the palace, and as the Asgardian physicians studied Jane, Thor hovered above her, clearly worried. I stood to the side, with Darcy, while Thor got the healers to check on Jane. They had her lay on a bed, which was a higher form of a medical scanner, and started scanning her. A holographic image popped up above Jane, showing her body and moving along with her. I was impressed by their level of technology, and even had Sophie take several scans of everything in the med bay. I asked for permission first, since it would have been too obvious, if I hadn't. Thor merely shrugged and told me to do as I pleased. What's that? She said, while trying to touch the equipment. The healer, slapped her hand away and said, be still. That's a quantum field generator, isn't it? Jane said. It's a soul forge. I said. Does a soul forge transfer molecular energy from one place to another? Jane asked. I looked impressed. Yes. Jane looked at Thor and whispered. It's a quantum field generator. You are certain she is fine? Thor asked, in concern. She's healthy, and nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. For a mortal, that is. The healer said. Odin takes that moment to enter the room, looks around in disapproval and says, my words are mere noises to you that you ignore them completely. I was worried she could be ill. Thor said. She is mortal. Illness is their defining trait. Odin said. Fa. Thor tried to say. They do not belong here in Asgard any more than a goat belongs at a banquet table. Odin interrupted. Jane sat up and looked at Thor, and then to Odin. Did he just? Who do you think you are? She yelled. I'm Odin. King of Asgard. Protector of the 9 realms. He said. Oh. Well, I'm. Jane said. I know very well who you are, Jane Foster. He said, as he was turning around to leave. I find it strange, Colossus and Wolverine didn't get the same treatment. I said, before he was out the door. He turned to me and said. We needed warriors, the 7 realms were drowned in chaos, so we simply made an agreement. I nodded. Nonetheless, I thank you for your hospitality. Sif vouched for them when she found out they were your friends. I don't need your gratitude, sorcerer, take the mortals with you and return to Midgard. He said. Interesting, so he doesn't consider me a mortal. I thought to myself. Then I shall do so, but you should probably know that the Dark Elves are coming. I said. He stopped dead in his tracks, and without turning around he said. That's impossible. In response I took out the ether, and held it out for all to see. That thing tried to get within her, father, something I have not seen before. Thor said. Odin inspected the energy force coming from the container, and quickly realized it was the real thing. Odin looked at all of us and said, come with me. The mortals stay. Jane and Darcy were clearly displeased with his attitude towards them, but they ended up staying back, while Thor and I followed Odin. There are relics that predate the universe itself. What lies within your hands appears to be one of them. The 9 realms are not eternal. They had a dawn as they will have a dusk. Odin shows us an ancient book, and continued, but before that dawn the dark forces, the Dark Elves, reigned absolute and unchallenged. Thor opened the book and read an excerpt from it. Born of eternal night, the Dark Elves come to steal away your light. They were the stories Mother used to tell us about. Odin nodded and said, their leader, Malekith, made a weapon out of that darkness, it was called the ether. While the other relics often appeared as stones, the ether is fluid and ever-changing. It changes matter into dark matter and seeks out to host bodies, drawing strength from their life force. Malekith sought to use the ether's power to return the universe to one of darkness. But after eternities of bloodshed, my father Bor finally triumphed, ushering in the peace that lasted thousands of years. Thor thought on that bit of news for a bit. Then asked, what happened to them? He killed them all. Odin said. Are you certain, father? The ether was said to have been destroyed, yet here it is. Thor said. The dark elves are all dead. Odin insisted. Then does it say how to destroy the ether? Thor asked. Odin snapped the book shut. It can't be destroyed. He then leaves, and we both watch him going away. After standing in the library for a minute, we go back to the healing chambers, where Jane and Darcy sat. Guys! You're back! Darcy yelled. What happened? What did he tell you? Jane asked. He just gave us a little history lesson. I said dismissively. Thor gave her a reassuring look and said I'll explain on the way. Come, there's someone I'd like you to meet. We started walking outside of the chamber, with Thor and Jane leading, me and Darcy following behind, giving them some privacy. So, how do you like Asgard so far? Darcy suddenly asked. I raised an eyebrow at her attempt to make small talk and said, too much gold. Yeah. They really do like their gold. Golden armor, golden walls, buildings. Golden toilets. She said. Ha. I said. What? You guys were gone for a while, I had to use the bathroom. She said. Noticing Thor and Jane had stopped, we looked forward and saw Thor and Jane talking to a woman. Who, if I were to guess, was the Queen of Asgard. The Queen looks at us, which makes Thor and Jane look at us too. She smiles at us, as Thor begins introducing us. Mother. This is my friend Enigma. He fought alongside me, both against the Destroyer and against Loki's army on Midgard. He's a strong warrior. And this is Darcy. She's Jane's friend. I bow politely to the Queen, Darcy follows, but then looks at Frigga and blurts, Are you really Thor's mom? Frigga gives a small chuckle and says. Is it that hard to believe? Darcy flustered no. It's just Odin looks so old, while you look. I mean. Frigga chuckles again and says it's all right, but just between you and me, I think he looks old too. As we all chuckle at Darcy's expense, the alarms suddenly go off. The prisons. Frigga whispers. Frigga looks at Thor and says, Go, I'll look after her. Thor hesitates a little, so I say, I'll protect them. Don't worry. Saying that my form considerably bulks up, as I grow a couple of feet taller. My symbiote gave me the ability to augment my biomass, which was useful when fighting physically stronger opponents. Thor nods and uses his hammer to fly off towards the prisons, while Frigga leads us towards her rooms. She looks at me, studying me, for a minute and then says, I didn't notice it before, but your life force is enormous even when compared to an Asgardian. I nod and say, I may have had a few upgrades. Frigga raised her eyebrows, and says, It seems Midgard has more surprises than I previously thought. Odin comes our way, giving orders to the guards behind him. He looks at me, Jane and Darcy, in disapproval. He pauses at me for a bit but then turns to Frigga. Odin. Frigga greets him. Frigga Odin returns. He says, It's a skirmish, nothing to fear. He glances at us, and turns to the guards and shouts, Go. Frigga smiles softly at her husband and says, You've never been a good liar. Sif takes that moment to walk past us and I wave at her. In my combat form, she recognizes me and smiles a little. Odin looks at us, turns to Frigga and says, Take them to your chambers, I'll come for you when it's safe. He then turns to me and says, Thor trusts you with his life. Prove to me that he isn't wrong. I nod resolutely at him. You take care. Frigga tells Odin, softly caressing his cheek. Odin smiles at her and muses, "Despite all I have survived, my queen still worries over me." Frigga shakes her head and says, "It is because I have worried that you've survived." Odin smiles and starts walking towards where the noise was coming from. Frigga smiles at his back and takes a sword from one of the guards. She has an alarmed look on her face, with a tear flowing from her eye. She looks at us and orders, "Listen to me now, I need you to do everything I ask, no questions. Enigma, take Jane and Darcy through that door. Stay hidden until Heimdall or Odin comes for you. I'll keep an illusion of the ether with me to throw them off." Jane and Darcy nod immediately, but understanding what she's planning, I shake my head and say, "No. Thor and Odin both trust me to guard all of you. The girls must go through the door while I'll stay here with you." Frigga tries to argue, but seeing my determined face, she nods. We send Jane and Darcy to the next room. I then go back to Frigga's room and ask, "Is he really that strong? The one you saw?" "Yes." "How did you know?" Frigga asks, smiling and crying a little. I shrug and say, "You're not the only one who has seen the future." Frigga nods and doesn't say anything. I think for a bit. If he's even stronger than Thor, it will be a bit tricky to protect Frigga, Jane, and Darcy, while fighting off multiple fighters on the level of Thor or higher. "It's time," I whisper, as soon as I sensed the enemy's approach. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 84, Malekith. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. "It's time," I whispered, as soon as I sensed the enemy's approach. I could sense 3 life signatures coming our way. One of them had an intense magical aura filled with malevolence, to which I assumed belonged to Malekith. The other significant life force signature was probably curse. While the other, although less impressive, could still be considered an elite on the level of Sif and the Warrior 3. Unfortunately, even if I were to teleport away, it wouldn't stop Malekith from coming after the ether, so that plan was a no-go. It was too early to have the fight on Earth, and leading him to Limbo was even more out of the question. I had no doubt they could follow me there if they wanted to. The Dark Elves seemed to be able to conjure wormholes with their ships, hence the reason they were able to infiltrate Asgard nearly undetected, as well as their cloaking. It was more advanced than anything I have ever seen. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D's cloaking technology, this was far more impressive. Since Asgard had no defense for such weapons, it's obvious to assume that they thought such weapons died with the Dark Elves 5,000 years ago, and were complacent, believing that they would never see such weapons again. And since Asgardians live for a few thousand years, it's also safe to assume that those that had seen such weapons 5,000 years ago were long dead. Current Asgardians wouldn't have any such knowledge and experience with those weapons. Although you'd hope that warriors would pass such knowledge down. I could feel the ether in my pocket grow more agitated, as they got closer. For now my best option was to distract them, or stall them long enough for Thor or Odin to show up. Malekith was one of the first known sentients to try and utilize the ether as a weapon during a time when the 9 realms first aligned. Like the Infinity Gems upon which it was based, the ether calls no particular user master, but a strong-willed or magically capable individual may take control of them, that is if the item allows it. His brief control of it before being stopped by Odin gave him a permanent connection to it and its powers. As long as it was free again, Malekith could control the ether. The ether responds to being utilized depending on the natural abilities of the user. A weak user would be possessed and ultimately destroyed by the ether, while a strong one may utilize it as a weapon depending on their spiritual/magical capacities. Jane Foster was merely human with no awareness of magical capacity, nor any understanding of the fundamental nature of the ether. She couldn't make use of its power-enhancing abilities, since she had no powers to speak of. That's why in her hands, it would have been utterly useless. I bring out a glass vial, filled with a blood-red liquid. It was risky, but I had no other choice. With a thought, the symbiote separates from my body, leaving the vibranium armor on me. I command it to bond with the ether, and watched, as they both fought for supremacy. Both entities were similar to each other in a way, as both instinctively sought out a host, except the ether was much more domineering. I then command the symbiote back inside my body along with the ether. The symbiote was supposed to act as a buffer, but it seems I underestimated the ether far too much. Pain. It's the only thing I feel for what it certainly feels like hours. But was only for a few seconds. Everything hurt, like my body was about to burst. I could feel my bones cracking under the pressure, my tendons being torn apart, and a brain-splitting headache, everything all at once. Even with my spider physiology enhanced by the Extremis virus and Wolverine's healing factor, I could still feel my body breaking down, at a rapid pace. You see, unlike Jane, I was actively repressing the ether, causing it to lash out. With Malekith so close it was my only choice. He wouldn't be able to call upon it or remove it from my body, but at the same time it also meant I couldn't use it. I reckon I could only hold it for a few minutes, before my body completely breaks down, healing factor or not. I turned to Frigga, who was looking at me in shock and slight horror, as if I were a madman. The pain slowly receded back, but I was still breathing hard. Gathering myself, I look around. Frigga was kneeling beside me. The sounds of the attacks were still loud and coming a little closer. I stood up and examined the suit I was wearing. It was dyed blood red, with black streaks here and there. Frigga was still looking at me in shock. Are you mad? Why would you do that? As long as the ether is bonded to me, Malekith can't control it. If worst comes to worst, I could buy time, and escape. Hiding it is also useless, he can sense its location. That's how he knew it was here in Asgard. I said. You have a lot of strange powers for someone from Midgard. Where did you get the Clintar? She asked. I think and say, a scientist friend of mine found it. I purified it using light force energy and erased its will. The rest I either concocted in a lab, or learned in my mystic training. She shook her head, and said. It always amazes me how mortals can grow so fast. I nodded, and was about to say something when we simultaneously turned towards the door. I immediately go on my guard. Frigga holds her sword in front of her and orders, stand down, creature. You may still survive this. The dark elf sneered at her. I've survived worse, woman. He had his eyes on me from the moment he came in, and quickly ordered his subordinates to surround me. Who are you? Frigga asked him. I am Malekith, and I will have what is mine. He says, as he started walking closer to me and Frigga. She interrupts his advance, attacking with her sword. She manages to hit him in the face, the sword glowing from her power. Malekith takes out his own sword and tries to attack her. Frigga uses her sword and parries him away, while at the same time, relieving him of the sword. They fight for only a few seconds, but Frigga quickly overpowers him and holds the sword to his neck, immobilizing him. I see a bigger elf slowly walk in the room and towards her, so I jump in and kick him away. The big elf stumbled backwards and looks at me. He growls and charges at me. He walks towards me and starts attacking. He was bigger and physically stronger than me. But he was also slower. I was working with several disadvantages here. Most of my concentration was kept on trying to keep the ether in check from running amok. I could feel it trying to break out. Magic was out, Kai was out, and my symbiote was busy keeping me alive. The only thing giving me an edge was my ability to read my opponent's moves, while utilizing Shankai's training and my superior speed. I ducked under his punches and hit him on his chest. His chest was stronger than even Abomination was. Seeing that I had it handled, Frigga resumes her fight with Malekith and stabbed him in the stomach with her sword. He stumbled and dropped down, feeling dizzy due to blood loss. My spider sense tingles, warning me of an attack. I turn towards the elf who was watching the fight from the sidelines, and see him preparing something in his hands. Crap! Curse suddenly picks me up by my legs and throws me towards the balcony. I could see an implosion grenade heading towards the queen. If it hits her, I doubt there would be anything left of her. I only had a nanosecond to do something, before it was all too late. I held out my hand, and a portal with a blue hue opened in front of the grenade. The grenade suddenly appeared beside Malekith, and before it could explode, Curse used the dark elf beside him as a shield to protect Malekith. Malekith looked pissed because I tried to kill him, so he picked up the fallen elf's gun and started shooting at me. I quickly dodged, and found Curse charging at me once again. Malekith still looked pissed, and suddenly a vicious smile appeared on his face. Realizing what he was about to do, I looked towards the queen. Malekith aimed the blaster at her, and started firing. She managed to deflect and parry the first few shots, but eventually she was overwhelmed. The queen fell to the floor bleeding. She was still alive, but barely. "Let's see if you can do your trick again," he suddenly said. He took out something from his belt, and threw it beside the queen's prone form. It was another implosion grenade. Damn it! How many of those does he have? I tried making a portal, but Curse didn't give me a chance. He also had a vicious smile on his face, as if enjoying my predicament. Frigga had a serene smile on her face, as if accepting her fate. She looked towards me. "Tell both my sons, I love them," she said, before closing her eyes. Chapter end. I know, I am an evil, evil man. Ending it on a cliffhanger of all things. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 85, Reality. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. The grenade explodes almost immediately, and I could barely tear my eyes away from the queen. Or, at least what was left of her. Her right side was completely gone. Normally, nothing would be left. But, as if to mock me, Malekith threw it beside her, for me to see the results of my insolence. Thor enters at that moment and seeing his mother immediately loses it and throws his hammer at the elf, almost knocking Malekith out of the bigger one's hands, but the big elf handles it and jumps away with Malekith, out of the balcony. Thor follows after them, but they jump on a ship and retreat. I go towards Frigga and see that her chest was barely moving. I yell out, "Thor! She's still alive!" Thor, who was crying by the window, comes back running to his mother, and sees that she was alive. He turns to me as if pleading, to do something. Frigga was breathing her final breath, and I could hear her heart about to stop. Asterisk badam asterisk. Asterisk badam, asterisk. Asterisk bad. Asterisk. Asterisk silence asterisk. Odin comes inside the room, wielding Gungnir, and points it inside. Seeing us beside his wife's fallen body, he almost breaks down. I cast my first rune to buy me a few seconds for what I am about to do. They were surprised by what I was doing, but no one goes to stop me. The rune takes hold, but I could feel it won't last for more than a few seconds. I then cast a second rune, that temporarily binds her soul to her body. The third rune I cast is to restrain her god force. I didn't know how it could react, and frankly I didn't want to find out. I finally loosened the final seal I placed on myself, and let the ether's power explode out of me. Malekith was no longer here, so I could finally use my magic and stop actively restraining the ether. As soon as I let go, I feel it trying to go rampant once more, so I forcefully take control of it. Admittedly it was easier this time, since I was trying to guide it, instead of seal it away. Odin looks towards me, and orders, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm going to use the ether's power to save your wife." Malekith corrupted it, turning it into the ether. It was originally called the Reality Stone. One of the Infinity Stones. I explained. I suddenly felt my mutant power activating, and everything changed as my perspective widened. Everything I saw was being interpreted into information, everything was language to me now. I could even hear the Reality Stone. It's yearning to be used to reshape matter and energy, into a new reality. I started speaking, but if one were to hear it, it didn't sound like any language ever spoken. I was using a language long forgotten to command reality itself. Frigga's body began building itself, one atom at a time. The task proved to be difficult since the parts that were missing were completely destroyed by the implosion grenade. I unconsciously starting siphoning some of the god force surrounding her. Odin, sensing what was happening, supplied some of his own Odin force. Rebuilding a god's body wasn't simple, and a lot of energy was required to reconstruct their bodies, since their vessels had to be strong enough to hold their divinities. I was finally done, and with a final push, I forcefully restrained the ether once again. I absorbed it back into my body, and fell to the floor. I was absolutely exhausted, and everything hurt. My magic was completely drained, as was my body. Mortals weren't meant to use such power without consequences. Only beings such as the Celestials could use it with ease and suffer no backlash. I reckon the only reason I was able to do so was my enormous vitality and the power I managed to accumulate over the years. The task would have been even more difficult, if it weren't for Cypher's powers activating at the right opportunity. Even Thanos needed a gauntlet, to use the Infinity Stones, and he was a Titan. My X gene mitigated a lot of the strain put on my mind and body. I also happened to glimpse which dimension my X gene was connected to, and let's just say it was something beyond comprehension. Seeing his wife alive and breathing, Odin goes to pick her up and take her to the healers. I could see his concern for her, and how relieved he was that she was still alive. Thor helped me up from the floor, and out of nowhere gave me hug. Enigma. This debt shall never be forgotten. Asgard itself is in your debt. Thank you, for saving my mother. He sincerely said. I gave him a nod, as no words were needed to be spoken. I went to rest in my room, so I can recuperate. The ether was taking an enormous toll on my body. And I had to reseal it back into its container, before it was too late. A couple of hours later, we were standing in the throne room. Although I was successful in saving her life, it seems that the queen had gone into a deep slumber. I was standing before Odin, explaining the sequence of events that led to the queen almost dying. Malekith entered the room. They fought with swords and the queen won. He had 2 other elves with him. I managed to kill one, but the big one escaped with Malekith. I explained. Thor nodded, solemnly, saying, I intend to pursue Malekith. You overestimate the power of those creatures. Odin said. No, I value our people's lives. Enigma and I will go to the dark world and draw the enemy away from Asgard. Malekith will come for it, and we will have our chance to destroy him. Thor argued. If you fail, you risk the ether falling into the hands of the enemy. Odin simply stated. The risk is far greater if we do nothing. His ship could be over our heads right now and we'd never even know it. Thor said. If and when he comes, his men will fall by 10,000 Asgardian blades. Odin said. And how of our men shall fall on theirs? Thor asked. As many as are needed. We will fight. Until the last Asgardian breath, the last drop of Asgardian blood. Odin ruthlessly stated. And how are you different from Malekith? Thor asked. Odin chuckled, before saying, the difference, my son, is that I will win. Odin then looked towards me and says. Asgard is in your debt. After all of this is done, ask for a boon of your choosing. Asgard always pays its debts. Thor stormed out of the throne room fuming, going to God knows where. I went back to our assigned rooms, and before entering, I saw the door next to mine open. Jane and Darcy came out, and as soon as they saw me, started asking me questions. What happened? Jane asked, clearly worried. Odin is trying to mount a defense and wait for the Dark Elves to come back. Thor disagreed. They argued for a while and Thor stormed off. I summarized. What about Thor's mom? Is she going to be okay? Darcy asked. Yeah. Thor was really upset when we saw him. Jane added. I nod and say, oh yes. She'll be fine. We just don't know when she'll wake up. They go silent for a while. Before, Jane breaks the silence and says, I'm going to go look for Thor. Darcy and I were left standing, so I turned to her and said, go explore for a bit. I don't think one gets many chances to go sightseeing in a realm filled with gods. Then, what are you going to do? Darcy asked. I'm going to visit a friend. I said. At a bar somewhere in Asgard, Thor was sitting alone when Heimdall walked up to him. You're not in Odin's war council? Thor questioned, clearly confused. The Bifrost is closed by your father's orders. No one is to come or to go. Heimdall said. Heimdall took off his helmet and placed it on the table. We face an enemy that is invisible even to me. Of what use is a guardian such as that? He said, with a defeated look on his face. Malekith will return, you know this. I'll need your help. Thor said. I cannot overrule my king's wishes, not even for you. Heimdall said. I'm not asking you to. The realms need their All-Father strong and unchallenged, whether he is or not. But he is blinded, Heimdall, by hatred and by grief. Thor said. As are we all. Heimdall countered. Well, I see clearly enough. Thor challenged. The risks are too great. Heimdall stated. Everything that we do from here on is a risk, there is no other way. Thor said. Heimdall hesitated before replying, What do you require of me? Thor was holding a meeting with Sif, Fandral, Volstagg and Heimdall. What I'm about to ask of you is treason of the highest order. Success will bring us exile and failure shall mean our death. Malekith knew the ether was here, he can sense its power. If we do nothing he will come for it again, but this time lay waste to all of Asgard. Thor said. The Bifrost has been shut down and the Tesseract has been lost. Sif said. There are other paths off Asgard, ways known only to a few. Heimdall said. One, actually. Thor said, making the others realize he was talking about Loki. But, even if it was true, we have no idea where he is. Sif said. Well, love, that's not true, is it? A voice suddenly said. They all turned towards that familiar voice, shocked beyond belief. But how? Sif whispered. Loki turned to her, and with a smirk said. So, when do we start? Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 86, Odin's Vault, PT1. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Loki. What are you doing here? Apparently, my intellect and cunning are sorely needed, proving once again brute strength is not the answer for everything. Loki said. Once again you escape my eyes, Heimdall said, stepping forward. Loki turned to him, it comes with age. Nothing to be ashamed of really. Heimdall drew his sword. I may be getting old, and my sight not as strong, but my blade is still as sharp. Loki Odinson, in the name of Asgard I order that you return the Tesseract, and answer for your crimes. I have to say brother, this feels oddly familiar, Loki said with a grin as he came to stand next to Thor. Thor grimaced in return before saying. It seems you haven't lost your flair for the dramatic, have you been waiting all this while to reveal yourself? You know me best brother, there's nothing like a good dramatic entrance, Loki said. Loki turned towards Heimdall and said. I hate to disappoint, but I'm afraid I have no idea where the Tesseract currently is. And we're supposed to believe you. Sif said, contemptuously. Loki sighed. Much has happened since then. Thor signed for them to stop. Unfortunately, we need him, at least for now. He then looked towards Loki and said, I take it, you have heard about Mother. I did, Loki answered, with cold fury in his eyes. I know you seek vengeance as much as I do. You help me escape Asgard, fight the Dark Elves, and I will grant it to you, vengeance. And afterward, we shall settle our scores. Thor said. Loki nodded and said, so, what's the plan? I must say brother, I wouldn't call that a plan. Loki said. Like it or not, it's our only option. Thor said. While they were getting ready to move, Heimdall, Sif and Fandral came up to Thor after the meeting. You must be truly desperate to ask him for help. What makes you think you can trust him? Heimdall asked. He will betray you. Fandral added. Loki, who was standing across the room, smiled at them, probably guessing what they were talking about. He will try. And I'll be ready for him when he does. Thor answered. Well, what then? Your lovely Jane and her friend are being guarded by a legion of our Einherjar who will see you coming from miles away. Fandral said. I think the All-Father suspects you might do something. He's put our guests under house arrest. Especially that sorcerer. Heimdall said. I won't be the one who comes for her. Thor said, looking over to Sif. I shall bring her to you safely, Sif promised. As for Enigma, Thor said. That won't be necessary. I said. They all turned to me, surprised by my sudden appearance. Loki didn't look impressed, and merely rolled his eyes. Enigma, how did you escape? Thor asked. The All-Father's spells are impressive indeed. It took me a while to break through the enchantments he had put in the room. Those anti-teleportation runes were a pain to deal with. I said. Then what about Jane? Can you free her too? He asked. I think it would be better to go with your plan to send Sif. He's got the same runes engraved in her chambers. In the meantime, I need to break into the vault, and it's going to take me a while to get through them undetected. I said. Why would you do that? Heimdall questioned. I turned to him. Odin took the ether from me, claiming it would be better guarded in Asgard. And you just gave it to him? Loki mocked. I had no choice. Unless I planned on fighting him then and there. I said. Loki snorted, coward. I turned to him. Oh, look who's here, it's the god of parlor tricks. Why don't you go pull a rabbit out of you? Enough. This isn't the time for this. Thor bellowed. Anyway, carry on with your original plan. I'll meet you later, after I get the ether. I said. They decided to split up, Loki and Thor heading towards their objective. Odin had proved to be a more cunning opponent than I thought, quite different from the incompetent fool he was portrayed in the movies. He may be getting old, but he was not to be underestimated. Let's not forget, not only was he a god, he has ruled as king for thousands of years. Luckily, I managed to contact Loki through astral projection, similar to what he did with Thor in New Mexico. I informed him of the events that happened in Asgard, and of his mother's brush with death. Understandably he was pretty upset, and swore right there and then to personally kill Malekith. Who would have guessed Loki was such a mama's boy? We made plans to meet at Asgard. And, to conceal the fact we were working together. Getting him to Asgard wasn't too difficult, since I had him use my old sling ring. Normally, it wouldn't be as effective since Loki relied on his own magical reserves and not dimensional energy like sorcerers normally do. But, it was enough for a one-way trip to Asgard. This is so unlike you, brother. So clandestine. Are you sure you wouldn't rather just punch your way out? Loki said. If you keep speaking I just might, Thor said. Fine. As you wish. I'm not even here. Is this better? Loki said. Using his magic to cast a glamour spell, Loki turned himself into an Asgardian god. It's better company at least, Thor said. Loki turns back into himself but then turns Thor into Sif. Still, we could be less conspicuous. Brother. You look ravishing. Loki said. Thor looks down at his body then replies in his own voice, it will hurt no less when I kill you in this form. Very well. Perhaps you prefer one of your new companions, given that you seem to like them so much. Loki said. Loki then turns himself into Captain America in his full Captain America costume. Oh, this is much better. What? The costume's a bit much, so tight. But the confidence, I can feel the righteousness surging. Hey, you wanna have a rousing discussion about truth, honor, patriotism? God bless America, Loki said. Suddenly Thor grabs hold of Loki, puts his hand over his mouth and pushes him against the wall, making Loki turn back into himself. What? Loki asked. Thor looks to the side and they see two Asgardian guards walking by. They both lapsed into silence, until they finally arrived at their destination. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 13 comments. Vote. Chapter 87, Odin's Vault, PT2. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Jane and Darcy sat in their guarded room when two of the guards entered. I'm not hungry, Jane said. Hey, do you guys have pizza? Darcy asked. Noticing Jane's annoyed look, what? I'm hungry. If I knew we were going to end up here, I wouldn't have skipped breakfast, Darcy defended. Suddenly Sif comes up behind the two guards and knocks them out. She looked over to Jane. Good, let's go, Jane said. Jane, Darcy and Sif meet up with Thor, with Loki standing beside him. Jane points to Loki. I'm Loki. You may have heard of. Loki said. Suddenly Jane slaps Loki hard in the face. That was for New York, Jane said. Loki smiles and looks at Thor. I like her. So you're Loki? Darcy asked, slightly blushing. Darcy? Jane said, surprised. What? He's kinda hot. You already got one brother, Darcy said. Loki, still smirking, just waves his hand towards Darcy and says, I can assure you, darling, you'd be getting the more superior brother. Jane just shakes her head. I'm just going to ignore whatever this is. They all start going forwards as Sif explains, Thor has a plan. Loki interrupts, it's a stupid plan. Sif glares at him for interrupting her and says, Thor has a plan. We're going to the Dark World, where we'll destroy Malekith and his soldiers. We're meeting the rest a few minutes walk away. Darcy raises her hand and says, no offense, but that sounds like a terrible plan. Sif looks at her, and says, don't worry, we will be sending you back to Earth. How are we going to get there? Jane asked. We're going to steal a ship, Thor said. They suddenly hear voices coming at them, guards. One of them sees them and shouts, there they are. Capture them. Sif looks determined and says, go. I'll keep them busy. Thor nods at her in support, and they all turn to go towards the opposite direction, but Sif stops Loki and holds her sword to his neck, betray him and I'll kill you. Loki chuckles and says, fair enough. They soon arrive near a black spaceship, left behind by one of the Dark Elves. And near the ship was Volstagg. Volstagg and Thor do a forearm shake and he says, I will give you as much time as I can. Thor nods and pats Volstagg's shoulders, saying, good luck. And they all enter the ship. This time Volstagg stops Loki and repeats the warning Sif gave him. The ship was way advanced. even compared to Asgard standards. The controls were few, but they were complicated. Loki looks at Thor, who was pressing every button he could see, and asks, "You said you could fly this thing?" Thor shrugs and continues his work, says, "How hard could it be?" Thor activates and deactivates many functions in trying out different buttons. They see the guards approaching them and Loki says, "Well, whatever you are doing, you better do it fast, brother." "Shut up, Loki." Thor grits out. He finally manages to turn the ship on after pressing a button, but inadvertently he ends up destroying 3 of the columns in the room. "I think you missed a column," Loki says, dryly. A few of the smaller Asgardian chariots start following and firing at the ship, which Thor maneuvers out of the way of. He turns forward, and they see the ship cutting the neck of a large statue. Loki snicks, "Well done, you just decapitated your grandfather." The smaller ships continue to follow and fire at them as they fly over Asgard. Loki continues talking, "You know, this is wonderful. This is a tremendous idea. Let's steal the biggest, most obvious ship in the universe and escape in that. Flying around the city, smashing into everything in sight so everyone can see us. It's brilliant, Thor. It's truly brilliant." Loki suddenly takes the controls from Fandral. He turns the ship around and more chariots start following them. "Fandral," Thor says. Fandral nods and says, "Right. For Asgard." Saying that, he jumps off the chariot and lands on the pursuer's ships. Loki starts flying towards the Asgardian mountains, gaining speed. "Loki," Thor warns him. Loki smirks and says, "If it was easy, anyone could do it." "Are you mad?" Thor asks in disbelief. Loki shrugs and says, "Possibly." Loki continues driving the chariot towards the mountains, not slowing down. Closer and closer. Suddenly, instead of crashing into the mountains, they pass through them. They come out on the other side of the portal and into an open land with red skies. Darcy looked all around her, clearly amazed. Everything was red and dark, and gloomy. It looked to be a wasteland, where hardly anything could survive. "Do you think there's a chance we can find my car keys?" Darcy suddenly asked. "Asgard. Using my spider camouflage, along with a magic concealing spell to hide my magic, I was able to venture through the halls of Asgard without being seen. With Heimdall distracting Odin, and Thor and Loki running amok in Asgard. I had some time, before Odin caught on. I used several venom blasts, to knock out several of the Einherjar, elite soldiers commanded by Odin to protect the vault. After I was done, I began breaking the enchantments placed on the vault. The vault, more precisely known as Odin's Vault, also known as Odin's Treasure Room, was a room in the royal palace of Asgard, which held a number of relics that Odin had gained as a result of his victories over the course of his life. Odin captured, stole, purchased and did whatever he could to take all the relics and weapons that could bring about Ragnarok, and he locked them away in a vault in the base of his palace, so anything he thought could bring the universe down is now under lock and key. It took me a while to disable the detection runes, but they were simply too many. There were 3 different types: detection runes, magic restriction runes, and finally anti-teleportation runes. It wasn't an easy feat, as those runes were used to help contain powerful weapons of destruction. As soon as I managed to get inside the vault, I sealed the room with a spell. I looked around and couldn't help but smirk dryly at the garish displays of various artifacts, left largely untouched over the centuries. War trophies from Odin's reign sat proudly on pedestals all over the room like they were altars to a past that should be revered. I walked resolutely to the end of the corridor and stood there looking at the ether. It was surrounded by a protective shield, designed to keep it away from interacting with anything inside the vault. I used my storage pouch to quickly store it, and quickly moved on to the rest of the items in the vault. I started examining some of the items displayed on the pedestals, some of which I've read about before, such as the Warlock's Eye, which was a powerful magical artifact that used a powerful mind-controlling enchantment that very few can resist. Most of this stuff was fake, or basically useless. But there was a few items of note worth that drew my attention. Like the Tablet of Life and Time, which was written by an unidentified Homo Mamani during the Hyborian Age. The tablet presented a biochemical formula for a serum, the so-called lifeline formula, which could rejuvenate, heal, and grant its user the chance to reach the full evolutionary potential of its race, turning the user into a nearly omnipotent immortal. I began to read the rune markings left on the tablet, and before I knew it I had the whole thing memorized. I then went over to the pedestal that held the Eternal Flame. The Eternal Flame was the source of Searcher's power. By placing Searcher's crown into the flame, Searcher could be summoned and, if he had already been killed, even resurrected, restored to full power, enabling him to unleash Ragnarok. The Eternal Flame could resurrect others as well, as demonstrated when Hela used the flame to revive her army. The flame's power was so great that it was the only thing Hela bothered to retrieve from Odin's vault, dismissing even the Tesseract as being merely not bad in comparison. With no hesitation I placed my hand in the fire and pulled it back out unharmed, with a small piece of the flame flickering in my palm. I walked by the casket of ancient winters, which was useless to anyone but a frost giant. It could be potentially useful for Loki, but then again, I didn't fancy the idea of giving him power I had no control of. Even the serum I gave him had some safeguards put in place in case he tries to betray me. I sighed, if he could only be trusted, such a shame. Chapter End. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 88, It's a Trap, 1. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Svartalfheim. After their failed attack on Asgard, Malekith and Algrim were flying over Svartalfheim. They were discussing plans to mount another attack, when Malekith suddenly felt something. We must attack now. The Asgardians are at their weakest, Odin a shell of his former self, we must. Algrim stated. No. Asgard is not important anymore. The ether has returned home. Malekith said. I arrived at Svartalfheim, only to see Darcy sitting on the ground, next to Jane who was lying next to her with a blanket over her. I scanned my surroundings, and could sense Malekith's ship approaching us. I also saw Thor holding Loki by the throat. I cleared my throat. This isn't the time, we don't have much time, before Malekith arrives. Thor dropped Loki, and told him, I wish I could trust you. Loki spoke up from behind Thor, he hurt Mother. Trust my rage. Loki then turned to me, and said, so you're finally here. I hope you had fun robbing the vault. Odin did have a habit of collecting weapons of mass destruction. It wasn't bad, but if I'm honest I've seen better. I said. Jane suddenly got up from the ground, where she was sleeping, and after getting rid of the kinks in her body, turned to me, and said, so, what now? I'm sending you girls back to Earth. Things are going to get ugly here, and I'm sure Dr. Selvig would appreciate it, if he's out of the mental institution. I said, as I opened a portal back to London. Wait, couldn't we have done that from the start? Darcy exclaimed, recalling their less than stellar escape from Asgard. I shrugged. I was busy robbing a vault. Jane looked distracted and Darcy nudged her to bring her to attention. Yeah, right, we should probably get back, Jane said. She looked towards Thor. Will I see you again? He slowly approached her, and said, I give you my word, that I will return to you. As he embraced her, she smiled at him. I'll hold you to that. As they finished their goodbyes, Thor nodded at me. Jane and Darcy returned to Earth via the portal, and only the three of us were left. Now that the women are gone, what's the plan? Loki said. I opened my bag of holding and took out several vials filled with what looked like a black powder. I poured them out on the ground, and then took out a blue disc. I threw the blue disc at the pile of black powder, and moments later I was staring at a few hundred CSC drones. What are those? Thor asked. They're drones, I said. I started using my meta ability to vocalize runes, and used it to temporarily enchant the drones. After I was done, I activated them and had Diana and Sophie take control of them. As soon as they were activated, they started to disappear from sight, turning invisible. I don't think a bunch of toys are going to help us beat Malekith, and that brute he has with him, Loki said. No, but it should help us take care of the fodder, and significantly weaken them. Here, take these, I said. Rings? Thor questioned. It's a prototype. They are carved with a bunch of runes. They'll help us communicate telepathically, and a bunch of other added benefits, I said. PYM particles turned out to be more useful than I initially thought. I realized we've been merely scratching the surface. I mean, the avenues one could pursue with it were innumerable. Logistics-wise, I now have the ability to carry supplies, or even weapons of mass destruction on my person wherever I go, adding more versatility to combat and transportation. These rings were a prototype I've been recently working on. It was my very first attempt at Magi tech. The 2 silver rings I gave them were fitted with 2 blue glowing gems each. They were made out of vibranium, and had a bunch of runes carved onto them, and all of it was powered by miniaturized arc reactors. As soon as both of them put on the rings, I could feel a telepathic connection being formed between the three of us. This is quite strange, Thor thought. Oh, so you do have a mind in there? I always thought it would be empty, Loki thought. Well, the snake pit you call a mind isn't my idea of a pleasant time either, Thor thought. I knew this wasn't a good idea, I thought, as I listened to Thor and Loki fight. After I was done telling them my plan, Loki suddenly said, Are you sure this will work? I sighed. Just trust me on this. It's our best chance at ending this once and for all, I said. They both nodded in hesitation, but I could still see their reluctance. About 15 minutes later, Thor called out, to gain my attention, Enigma. We all look above and see a ship entering the atmosphere of the planet. It traveled a few ways ahead of us and landed right in the clearing ahead of us. Loki, you know the plan, Thor communicated. Are you ready? I asked. They all nodded, saying yes. Wait, I say suddenly, as the symbiote separated from me, leaving the suit behind, while it formed a temporary bond with Thor. What? Why? Thor asked. Don't underestimate Malekith as lieutenant. He's far stronger than you think. Besides, I still have my magic. And, let's just say it's a bad idea to give a Runa Master time to prepare. I said. Plus it wouldn't hurt, if I have a complete genetic template of Asgardian DNA by the time this is over. I secretly thought. Algrim Malekith as lieutenant was a dark elf who became empowered by a curse stone. I remembered reading about it, in one of Belasco's books. The Compendium of Cursed Objects. It was a mystical object used by prominent dark elf soldiers to improve their physical capabilities beyond those of normal members of the species, but at the cost of certain death after the resulting transformation. Algrim was incredibly strong, and without any sort of strategy. He could easily overwhelm Thor. After the symbiote was finished bonding with him, lightning suddenly started to sparkle around him. His eyes glowed, and I could feel he was at least a few times stronger than before. I've never felt such power. He groaned. Yeah, it happens the first time. I said. What about me, don't I get a little boost? Loki spoke up. I rolled my eyes, and pulled out a couple of vibranium daggers. Here. He held them in his hands. Not bad. They're very well balanced. He complimented. I'm sure they are. Just make sure to give them back, and the ring. I said dryly. Oh yes, I'll be sure to do just that. He said dismissively, still focused on the daggers. Chapter end. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 89, It's a Trap, 2. Horns sounded on the horizon and a horde of dark elves led by Malekith streamed over the hills. Thor and Loki stood at the front, just waiting for them. While I hid behind the edge of the mountain. The elves stopped and a group of 2 walked to the middle. Malekith and Algrim, leading them. The ether. Give it to me, and El will see to it Asgard is spared my wrath. Malekith coldly stated. We are not going to surrender to you and let Asgard fall to the likes of you. We will fight you, and you will die a slow painful death. Thor replied. Malekith met Thor's hard stare with one of his own. Very well Asgardian, El will see it that you become my pet once we have crushed you. You will forever lay bound at my feet. He snarled. I would love to see you try. Thor returned and grinned. Malekith eyed Loki. An Asgardian, and he stated in a cold voice. Let me introduce myself. Loki said. Suddenly, Loki brought out a dagger and stabbed Thor in the stomach, and threw him down. I am Loki of Jotunheim and I bring you a gift. I ask only one thing in return, a good seat from which to watch Asgard burn. Loki said. Malekith seeing this, started walking leisurely towards Thor, with the rest of the dark elves following behind him. Algrim turned to Malekith and said, he is an enemy of Asgard. I heard he betrayed them, and escaped. Malekith walked over to Thor squirming in pain on the ground. Loki then took out a small container filled with some sort of red liquid, and threw it at Malekith's feet. Malekith kneeled to pick it up, all whilst smiling, but moments later, his expression drastically changed. He crushed the container in his hand, and snarled, this isn't the ether. Malekith spun towards my direction, and shouted, cease your petty tricks, I can sense the ether's true location. Although I was discovered, it was already too late. They were all in position, and Malekith had nowhere to run. An invisible barrier suddenly sprung forth, and surrounded us all. I channeled as much of my magic as I could into my voice and said, Gravitas. The surrounding gravity instantly increased to a 100-fold. Some of the dark elves were killed almost right away, crushed by the weight of their own body. Sounds of legs breaking and probably spines, killing or fatally injuring them all very rapidly. The ones who didn't immediately die would be those who are lying on their back. The drones started picking the ones who survived one by one. Leaving none alive, they were slowly dying from the immense G-forces, slowly flattening them. So, I was essentially giving them a quick death. The rings I previously gave Thor and Loki were enchanted to protect them from the sudden increase of gravity. The catch was, they wouldn't be able to move until the spell was over. I ended the spell 15 seconds later. But the damage was already done. Except for Malekith, Algrim, and a couple of elves, none of the elves were left alive. I made sure to keep their ship out of range, and sent a few drones to secure it. It was smart using those black hole implosion grenades to distort the gravity around you, I said, genuinely surprised by his quick thinking. Curse, you sorcerer! Malekith roared. Although they survived, it wasn't without cost. Malekith was heavily injured, the two soldiers behind him barely alive. Algrim though. I turned towards where the crater was and saw Algrim slowly standing up, getting out of the crater. He shook his head, looked at us and started running towards us with heavy footsteps. So heavy that the ground shook with his steps. He was heading right towards Loki. Oh, for fuck's sake! Loki exclaimed. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 90, Sacrifice. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Enjoy winking smiley. In only a few seconds, Algrim arrived in front of Loki and slammed right into him. Unexpectedly though, Algrim went right through Loki. It turns out it was just an illusion. Algrim started looking around in confusion, when we all suddenly felt a mean chill grab the air. Loki reappeared unharmed, and as the temperature dropped faster and faster, blue crept over Loki's skin. Loki's eyes faded to red, as faint lines of lighter blue crept over his face, arms, and torso to form intricate designs. He breathed out a chilly breath. Well, that was dangerous. Loki! Thor exclaimed. I was slightly surprised, since I didn't expect Loki to blatantly display his frost giant heritage. Loki always seemed to dislike his blue skin, and the fact he was born a frost giant. I mean, the guy despised his own race so much, he killed his biological father and tried to destroy his home world using the Bifrost. Why the change of heart? I asked in curiosity. I discovered it was easier to use my powers while in this form. While I dislike the blue, I can't exactly help it. He communicated telepathically. Algrim tried charging at him again, but Loki blasted him back with an ice blast, momentarily slowing him down. A loud cracking sound came from behind us, and with a panicked expression, Loki suddenly shouted, Thor! Thor spun to see a dagger that was aimed straight at his heart. But, before Thor could blink, I opened a small blue portal, and redirected the dagger back to its wielder. We all turned to see Malekith, with blood running down his cheek. The dark elf had obviously not expected his attack to miss, and managed to dodge at the last second. His blood-red eyes shone with anger, and with an inhuman roar, sorcerer! Again you interfere. I swear I'll tear you to pieces if it's the last thing I do. How did he recover so fast? Loki thought in alarm. My eyes quickly darted to the scene that laid beneath Malekith's feet. It seems Malekith took advantage of our momentary distraction. The last two elves, who happened to survive the attack, looked like mummified husks. If I had to guess, what was left of their vitality was used in a sacrificial ritual to help Malekith recover faster. Blood ritual. I thought. Algrim, that sorcerer has the ether. Malekith pointed at me. Thor called lightning to himself, and charged his hammer to its full capacity, and blasted it at Malekith. Algrim took this chance to run towards me as fast as he could. I immediately teleported away, and reappeared right behind Algrim. I slammed my hand on the ground, and casted 2 runes simultaneously. Gravitas. Invatu. Algrim was immediately launched into the sky, like a bullet. Disappearing from sight. I dropped to the ground panting, exhaustion overcoming me. Double casting is never a good idea, especially when you overcharge a rune. I ended up using my original spell Gravitas, which increased gravity by a factor of 100, and then reversed the rune's effect with an inversion rune, launching Algrim into the stratosphere. Unfortunately, channeling this much energy to cast one rune after another, left me utterly exhausted. I turned my head slightly towards the battle right next to mine, where Thor and Loki fought side by side. Loki was utilizing long-range ice attacks to distract and slow down Malekith, while Thor was engaged in close combat. Malekith's dagger slipped through Thor's guard, catching him along his jawline. Thor paid it no mind, knowing it was an attempted to distract him, so the elf could follow it up with another attack. I stood back, deciding to let them handle it. I was already exhausted from the large amount of energy I had to expend, not to mention the barrier spell I was still maintaining. Malekith was getting slowly overwhelmed by the 2 brothers, and it wouldn't be long before he was defeated. Sensing his end nearing, Malekith made a desperate attempt. He sacrificed his left arm, and threw a wild swipe of his dagger, that happened to cut a large gash on Loki's inner thigh. Loki yelped and scrambled backwards. Thor took this opportunity to blast him away with his hammer, and he was thrown back several feet, his head hitting the dirt with a thud, leaving him temporarily disoriented. "Leave it to me, brother, his end shall be at my hands," Thor said. Loki froze his injury with his ice, and stumbled back a bit. "Then, I'll leave it you," Loki said. Malekith, still on the ground, raised his arm towards me. I felt something amiss, and was about to teleport away. My bag of holding started to shake, and something exploded out of it. The vial containing the ether fell down on the ground, in the form of small crystals. It slowly started rising and moved towards Malekith. Thor charged Mjolnir full of lightning, and blasted it at the ether. The ether got lifted off into the air, slowly rising upwards, pushed by Thor's lightning. The ether, and Thor's lightning, exploded in a brilliant explosion of red mist, spreading the ether everywhere. Malekith's eyes were wide with anticipation. Blood spilling in a slow trickle from the sides of his mouth. His shining red eyes looked up at me, and I could feel the malice coming from it. The red mist, that had fallen down on the ground, slowly started rising and moved towards Malekith. I was about to teleport next to Malekith, but I knew I wouldn't make it in time. I communicated telepathically with Thor. "Kill him, Thor, end it. The ether cannot be destroyed," my voice echoed in his head. "The ether almost within his reach, you're all too late," Malekith roared. Unexpectedly though, the ether froze right before it reached Malekith, and merely floated in the air. We were all confused for a second, before Malekith suddenly felt a chill behind him. "Well, I'd like to think I'm just on time," a voice whispered into his ears. Malekith slowly turned to see Loki's icy blue eyes staring at him. "Impossible," Malekith said. The injured Loki, who was standing right next to Thor, suddenly disappeared, and reappeared behind Malekith holding a spear made out of ice, piercing Malekith's chest. Thor stopped and sighed in relief, thinking it was finally over. But Malekith wouldn't give up so easily. He suddenly turned around and pulled the still standing Loki towards himself, piercing him with the same spear. I widened my eyes in disbelief, but quickly controlled myself. "No!" Thor yelled out, in anguish. Loki, realizing he wouldn't be able to survive this, took a step closer to Malekith, impaling himself further. "See you in hell, monster," Loki said, before ice started to spread from the stab wound, freezing Malekith from the inside out, turning him into an ice statue. Thor in his rage threw Mjolnir with his full strength, shattering Malekith's frozen body into a million pieces. Thor rushed over to Loki. "No! No, no, no! Oh, you fool, you didn't listen! I know! I'm a fool! I'm a fool!" Loki breathed out in pain. "Stay with me, okay?" Thor pleaded. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," Loki whispered. "Pshaw," Thor said. "I'm sorry," Loki said. "It's okay. It's all right. I'll tell Father what you did here today," Thor said. I started walking towards where Thor was cradling his brother. "I didn't do it for him," I hear Loki whisper, as he finally stops breathing. "No!" Thor screamed out, anguished at the loss of his brother. I opened a portal back to Earth, and dropped off Thor, at Jane's apartment. As soon as Jane saw him, she simply went and hugged Thor. "Thank you for bringing him back to me," Jane said. "Take care of him for me." Although Loki was an asshole, he was Thor's brother. His death hit him pretty hard. I said. "I understand, just leave him to me," Jane said. I left Thor to grieve, but didn't forget to absorb the symbiote back into my body. I said my goodbyes, and told Thor to keep the ring in case he needed to contact me again. Svartalfheim. I started walking towards a cave, where we left the ether, and Loki's body. I had to retrieve the ether, since leaving it unattended could potentially spell disaster. I sat down on the ground near Loki's body. Back on Earth, that performance would be worthy of an Oscar. Loki's body didn't move, not even a little, for close to a full minute. I just raised my eyebrow and looked at him, as the illusion suddenly dropped. He was still there, laying on the ground, uninjured. "How do you know?" Loki asked, in curiosity. "You forgot the ring. Dumbass. You're lucky I cut the connection, before Thor noticed. Plus, I doubt your own ice could hurt you," I said, as I shook my head at him. He sighed in frustration, and said, "So why didn't you tell Thor that I'm alive?" he asked me. Still calm. I think for a moment and say, "I know your plan of overthrowing Odin and taking his place on the throne. The thing is, I honestly don't care who rules Asgard." Loki smirked. "I know, I agreed on helping you defeat Thanos. But, what stops me from going back on our deal? When I already have Asgard in my hands? For one simple reason, if nothing changes, Thanos will be the one who kills you. Right after the destruction of Asgard," I solemnly said. He was silent for a bit, as he thought things through, "Why should I believe you? How do I know you're not trying to deceive me?" he suddenly said. In response I used a spell to show him a memory, well, several actually. Loki was immediately bombarded with hundreds of scenes, where he gets killed either by Thanos or Hela herself. These memories were obtained from the millions of possibilities I saw using the Time Stone. I only let him see the moment of his demise, without giving him more information or context about how or why these events happened. Seconds later, he collapsed to the ground sweating profusely, his breathing was labored and I could see the panic in his eyes. I think as a master illusionist, you should be able to know the difference between a fabricated memory and a real one, I said. He visibly gulped and asked, "You won't tell me how you know all this, will you?" "No, I won't." "So, what's it going to be? Are you in or out?" I asked. He got up to stand while dusting himself, he then extended his hand, and said, "I'm in." Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 91, Twin Stars. A few weeks after the whole Dark Elves mess, I was standing once again in front of Limbo's core. In this chamber 3 raised pedestals were surrounding the Prometheum heart. Each pedestal had a runic chain branching from it, leading up to a complex runic matrix surrounding the core. The center pedestal was already occupied with the Space Stone. So, I walked towards the right pedestal and took out the Reality Stone. It didn't take much convincing for me to get Thor to agree on letting me safeguard the Reality Stone. His original plan of giving it to the collector was rejected, since it would be idiotic to give one of the gems of creation to someone who'd sell it to the highest bidder. Since Malekith corrupted the Reality Stone, for his own purposes, I had to purify it first, before I used it for my own purposes. Using a process similar to what I did with Limbo, I used the Space Stone's power in conjunction with the Light Dimension's purifying power to achieve my goal. It took me a few weeks, but here I was standing with the purified and original form of the stone. I placed the Reality Stone into its grove, and same as before the pedestal pulsed with energy. The immense amount of energy of using one Infinity Stone, not to mention 6 at once, would normally kill anyone who attempts it. There are a few exceptions of course, but unless you're a celestial or from an especially powerful race like the Eternals, you're out of luck. Even with the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos, a mutated Eternal, was the only one who could use them without any apparent side effects. In my training as a sorcerer, and due to my talents as a programmer, I was always taught to think outside of the box. My strength as a sorcerer was limited due to my reluctance on forming pacts with any of the gods or various extra-dimensional beings. So, I decided to get a little creative. I came up with a complex runic array that let me slowly channel the Infinity Stone's power to Limbo's Prometheum core. The core, saturated by the power of the Infinity Stones, would slowly gain its characteristics, and through my connection to Limbo, I could utilize a small part of the stone's powers. Simply put, the whole dimension known as Limbo became a magical conduit capable of harnessing the power of the stones. It wasn't ideal since my physical body limited how much energy I could safely channel. But it was worth it in the end. After a year of siphoning the Space Stone's power, I gained the ability to teleport and create portals, without the aid of a sling ring. Granted, most of the energy was being used to expand Limbo's domain and stabilize the dimension. But, in a few years, even if the Prometheum core were to disappear, Limbo wouldn't be affected, since the dimension would have grown stable by that point. A few seconds later, the reality stone's chaotic energy stabilized. The reality stone was one of the 6 infinity stones, the remnant of a singularity that predated the universe, which represented the fabric of reality. It allowed the user to alter reality in effectively any way they see fit. This included changing reality in ways that would normally be impossible. The laws of physics basically no longer apply when the reality stone is concerned. If the user wants 2 + 2 = 5, they can make that happen. The reality stone, perhaps more than any other, is much more limited by the imagination of the user than anything else. The one real limitation that the reality stone has is that changes it makes to reality are generally not permanent without the power stone as well. But, with the Prometheum core as a power source, it should be enough to sustain my newest creation. I could feel a new connection forming in my mind, so I held out my hand, and decided to test it. I started imagining subatomic particles without an electrical charge, and with a slightly larger mass than protons coming into existence. I urged the newly formed particles to rotate, which caused them to gain mass and spin up to very fast rotation rates at up to several hundred times per second. The electrons and protons began combining at an accelerated rate, producing neutrons. The neutron particles started emitting beams of electromagnetic radiation, and trace amounts of repulsive nuclear forces. I teleported out of the core chamber and to the surface. I searched around for any sign of life around me, but found none. "Let's do this the old-fashioned way then," I said, before teleporting millions of miles away into space. "This should be far enough," I said, before I hurled the ball of light away from me. I immediately teleported back, and waited. Seconds later, a blinding light covered the dimension known as Limbo. With bated breaths, I observed what was happening. The birth of a star. "Master! What's going on?" I heard Castiel's panicked voice, through our telepathic connection. "Don't worry, Castiel, it's me. Everything's fine," I said, trying to calm him down. "Forgive me, Master. Had I known I wouldn't have disturbed you. I must go calm my siblings, they're still young and easy to panic," he said. "There's nothing to forgive. If anything, I was the one who grew a little too excited. I should have warned you about it," I said. A few days later. "You still aren't telling me where we are going. And, is the blindfold really necessary?" Jean asked, after 30 seconds of silence. I got closer to her and said, "Would you want me to spoil the surprise, Jean? It would not be fun now, would it?" I kissed her on the lips after that. Jean smiled into the kiss and said, "This is certainly fun." I separated myself from Jean, and said, "Come on. Let's go now." I picked her up, and started walking into a portal. As soon as we were through, Jean picked up a sound. She asked, "Are we on a beach?" I smiled and said, "Yup. A private beach. I made it into a holiday house for us. A whole island. For ourselves for the next 2 days." She asked. "Not exactly. More like a whole dimension," I said. "A dimension?" she asked, clearly confused. "We're in limbo." "Well, what used to be limbo anyway?" I said. She still looked confused. Since last time she was here, this place was akin to a hell dimension. Deciding it would be easier to show her than to explain, I removed her blindfold, and pointed at the sky. She looked up, only for her jaw to drop. "It's beautiful," she whispered in awe. You see that one over there? I said. She dumbly nodded her head. Well, I may have went a little overboard, I said. She quirked her eyebrows. What do you mean? Well, the first one started to fragment, after I made it, and was about to collapse due to its own gravitational force. I thought my attempt failed, and was about to start over when an idea hit me, I said, as I held her hand. They're called twin stars. And like human fraternal twins, though they were born in the same environment, the pair will grow up to look very different. The bigger twin will die first, and if the pair stay close enough throughout their lives, it could even turn into a supernova. I continued. But, how is that even possible? She asked. Do you remember what I told you about the Infinity Stones? I said. Yes, you said Thanos was going to use them to wipe out half the universe. She said. Well, that's what's possible, with two of them. You see those two stars over there? I named that one Grey, while the other is named Ramise. I said. You named them after us? She asked, after a beat of silence. I nodded my head in confirmation, and before I knew it, Jean started removing her clothes while looking right into my eyes. Moments later, I started doing the same. As soon as we are in our last clothes, I smirked at her, picked her up in the fireman's carry and started running towards the ocean. Hey! What's with you and picking me up today? She asked. Instead of answering, I repeated my actions from when I'd picked her up before, distracting her. Well, if that's your answer then I agree to. Jean whispered out. Soon we reached the water and I dropped her into it. The house was completely furnished, and had food enough for a few months of stay, so we had no trouble in that. We stayed there for the whole weekend, enjoying our holiday, work-free, no interruptions. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 92, Weapon X. Steve rubbed his cold hands together as he entered the warmth of the bar he'd stopped at for dinner. He'd been on the road with the bike Shield had set him up with for a couple months now. The travel had been good for him. Being on the road and making his own decisions about where to eat and sleep made him feel more like himself than he had for a long time. It may sound a little backward, because Steve felt out of place almost everywhere he went, but he also felt like he had more control over his life. He figured that he would get called back to SHIELD and the Avengers Initiative eventually, but for now, he was enjoying what freedom he had. He scanned the place briefly, taking in the light evening crowd. There was a small group at the bar closest to one of the TVs watching a football game, and a few other lone patrons seated along the length of the bar. The rest of the room was filled with tables and booths that were mostly empty. The place didn't look like anything special, which was perfectly fine with him. The clerk at the gas station a couple miles back had said this was the place for a great burger, and that's all the persuasion he needed. He stepped up to the bar to order and only had to wait a moment for the bartender to make her way over. "What can I get you?" Steve smiled. "I've heard you have great burgers." "That we do. How would you like it?" The bartender pulled out an order pad and a pen. "Just a classic cheeseburger and fries is good. I'll take a Coke too." The bartender nodded and Steve gave his thanks before turning to find a booth. He didn't have to wait long for his food, and the burger was indeed tasty. Steve enjoyed just sitting and taking in the atmosphere while he ate. He was contemplating his next destination, when raised voices at the bar caught his attention. The commotion was coming from the group that had been watching the football game. "Come on, boys. It's just a game. No hard feelings, eh?" Steve had to take a moment to shake the sense of déjà vu from that voice. He approached them, as they jeered and stood from their bar stools. The four men blocked Steve's view of the other man that had apparently offended them. Steve approached. "Now, fellas. There wouldn't be a problem here, would there? It's none of your business, buddy. We'll deal with this asshole how we see fit," came the loud and slightly slurred bark from one of the men. Steve ignored them and finally laid his eyes on who was standing behind them. "Logan," he said. Pounding back his beer, he ordered another and a double shot of whiskey. Shaking his head, he waited for his round and figured he might as well get it over with. "What do you want, Cap?" Logan asked gruffly. "I've been meaning to talk to you, but I couldn't find you after New York," Steve said. "Why do you want to talk?" Logan asked. Steve grew silent for a moment, as he started to think. He had been left with that nagging sense of familiarity ever since that day in New York. "Did you have a grandfather in the service by any chance?" Steve asked finally. "Can't say I'd rightly know that," Logan said after a thoughtful pause. "James Howlett. He and I fought together in World War II. I was hitting Hydra bases with the commandos, when we ran into him and Victor. They ended up helping us in taking down Hydra," Steve said. "Victor?" Logan muttered. As Logan listened to Steve, for a strange moment Logan thought he could hear the howl of incoming artillery, the roar of machine guns, and the crack of rifles, all mixed in with shouting and screaming men and the scent of blood, fear and fire. Logan took a deep breath, shook his head, and forced himself back to the present. "Are you his son, or grandson?" Steve asked, slowly as he carefully examined him. "I have no idea what you're talking about, bub. All I remember from that time is the Japanese POW camp, and I don't remember you being there," Logan said. "Why are you still so young?" Steve asked. "Did you get frozen like me?" Logan shook his head. "No. I just don't age as fast as most people." "You know about mutants, right?" Steve shook his head. "I'd say that's incredible, but the last few months have been nothing but incredible." Things grew silent for a moment. Steve was almost certain the man he was talking to was his old friend James. "So, you don't have any memory of me at all?" Steve couldn't help but ask. "Look, kid. A lot of messed up shit has happened to me in the past few decades. There are a lot of things I don't remember these days. It's nothing personal," Logan said. "Then, I think you'll want to hear what I have to say," Steve said. "Meanwhile, in an unknown location. Your objective is simple. Your target is a carrier of secrets and a weapon that is vital for our plans." A quick buzz behind the asset made him tense up, which only made the coming pain of the electric baton worse. Pictures of the target started flicking on the wall in front of them, mixed with clips of war, death, and pain. The voice that the asset wasn't sure if he feared or revered started speaking. "Shiist, Otzi, Kranilishk, Yukushini." Another electric baton struck the asset, in the ribs. He had to grit his teeth, tasting metal in his mouth, but he was at least still on his feet. The pain started to dull as the asset only could hear the words. The blankness of the mind was accepted readily. He may have been screaming, he may have started bleeding from the nose, but he did not fall. Motor, Nijni Dragosani, Potiriani. When the asset came back to, there was no one in the room. The exit was open, and a file lay open on the table. Weapon X, it read in red ink. The asset took it and left the base, nothing more than a weapon, on his way to complete a mission. Limbo. Jean. I called out. We were both sleeping on my bed, Jean cuddling me on me left, with her beautiful red hair splayed over my chest. Yeah? Jean asked, looking up from my chest. I kissed her forehead, pulling her closer to me. You don't hate me, do you? I asked. She looked up at me, climbed on top of me and kissed me. Would I do this if I hated you? She asked, taking off her top. I smiled at her. Can't exactly argue with that, I said, as I pulled her down and kissed her again. But, seriously, I really do keep neglecting you, I said, pulling her into me and hugging her. She hugged me back and said, then you should start making a habit of taking me with you. I looked at her, and smirked. So, what if I told you I planned on going to space? She immediately jumped up and looked at me, excited. Are you serious? Well, yeah, I'm serious. It's not that far-fetched, is it? I mean, we just spent the last couple of days in another dimension, I said. Jean narrowed her eyes at me and said, yeah, but that's hocus pocus stuff. I always wanted to go to space. I nodded hesitantly, having no idea where she's going with it. She continued, just imaging the two of us, in a spaceship traveling the universe. Well, once I take care of a couple of things, we'll be free to go, I said. She smirked at me, pecks me on the lips, and says, I can't wait. She went silent for a bit. Where exactly are we going? I laughed and hugged her. Let's make it a surprise. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 93, Reunion. For 11+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. The next day, once Jean left, I first checked up on the Prometheum core. Since the harnessing process was going well, I decided to head back to New York. Once I got to my lab, and after a workout and a shower, Sophie called out to me. Master, we pinpointed the location of the Inhuman settlement on the moon. We've also tried contacting them, but our signal is being blocked by their concealment shields. It seems I'll have to personally pay them a visit. Send the schematics of the Chitauri spaceships along with the ones from Wakanda to Dr. PYM. I think it's time Cypher Solutions had its own spaceship, I said. Dr. PYM says we'll have a working prototype by the end of the month, Sophie said, after a few minutes. I nodded my head in satisfaction. That's good to hear. How long before Sage is ready? I can't exactly go on a space expedition without someone running the company. She should be ready in a month's time. She's already done with acquiring 2 PhDs, and is now working on her third one. She's also doing some field training in our branch in Asia, Sophie said. What about Diana? Is everything proceeding smoothly with the antivibranium mining? I asked. She has several thousand drones assigned to her, and she's utilizing the PYM technology, and the rune gate you created for transport, Sophie said. Since everything seemed to be running smoothly, I decided to go check out the new company branches we just opened up. My plan was to turn Cypher Solutions into a multinational conglomerate by the end of the year, or that was idea anyway. Not wasting any time, I opened a gate straight to London, and left the lab. My first stop was our new Europe branch. A door creaked open. A man, who was huddled in the corner, whimpered as an imposing figure stepped through the doorway. "Please don't hurt me," he cried, pushing as far back into the wall as he could go. "I won't try to run anymore, I promise." The figure who came in did not say a word, only shut the door behind him and sat in the chair facing the bed. "Where can I find this man?" he said, showing the man a picture. "Please? I don't know anything," the man said. Asterisk bang, asterisk. "Then, you're useless to me," he said, as he walked away. The man then proceeded to take out a list of names, and crossed one of them off. He looked at the next location he had to check, Salem, New York. Salem, New York. Logan and Steve had spent all night talking. Well, it was mostly Steve telling Logan everything he remembered about their time together. The various missions they went through, the people they saved. And, most importantly, the people they lost. There were only 2 people left in the bar now besides Logan and Steve. The barkeeper and another regular. Time passed rather slowly until the last regular retired for the night. Only Steve and Logan were left. And that was the last time I ever saw him. Steve finished. "Sounds like he was one hell of a man," Logan said. There was a beat of silence, as Steve bowed his head for a moment before looking up. "I'm staying in a hotel nearby, if you happen to be around. Just give me a call." "Yeah, it's getting pretty late." "Why don't you go on ahead? I've still got a few rounds left to go," Logan said. Steve nodded and said, "It was good seeing you, James." Steve had to admit that seeing Logan for even this short time brought out memories he thought he'd buried long ago. He was a relic, and for just a moment he thought he'd finally found someone who'd understand what it felt like to have your whole life pass you by. Bucky, Peggy and Howard, anyone and everyone he'd ever known or loved were simply gone. Steve was halfway across the room, when he was suddenly startled out of his thoughts as the door to the bar opened. He looked up to see a man stepping into the room. A cold rush of air from the outside swept through the room, rustling napkins. The man wore a black hoodie that clung to his body, dripping with cold rain. His hood was pulled far down so that Steve could only see the tip of his nose and his long, square jaw. Accompanied by the hood was a tall jacket collar that was pulled around the man's neck. This man didn't seem friendly, and he certainly didn't want anyone knowing who he was. He approached the bar, and raised his head only slightly. "I'm looking for a man who goes by the name of Logan," he said. Before the barkeep could say anything, a voice spoke out, and said, "Who's asking?" The man turned his head slightly in Logan's direction and said, "An old friend." Logan got up and walked right up to him, and said, "Well, I happen to know the guy. And he doesn't have many friends." The man raised his head slowly, his cold, heartless eyes meeting Logan's. A small smile tried to play across his lips, but he twisted it, expressing a sadistic look of mischief instead. "I'm sorry, I must have misspoke. I meant an old enemy." And, before Logan could react, the man pulled out a gun and shot him in the head. "James!" Steve shouted. The hooded man didn't try to run away but instead, walked over to the drink shelf. He found some of the hardest liquor and poured it into a glass, filling it to the brim. The barkeeper had already ran off, so he figured he might as well help himself to a drink. Steve briefly ignored the hooded man, and ran over to Logan's side. Logan was lying in a pool of his own blood, and Steve could clearly see the bullet wound on his temple. Steve didn't have his shield on him at the moment. He thought it would have been too flashy to come into the bar with it, so he ended up leaving it attached to his bike. It didn't mean he couldn't fight. It just meant he had to be more careful when dealing with his opponent. He slowly got up from his crouching position, and turned around to face his opponent. "Why?" Steve said, through gritted teeth. The man, instead of answering, slowly raised his hand towards his hood, and pulled it down, revealing his face to Steve. Steve was frozen in his place, as he stared at the man's face. "Hey, Stevie. Miss me?" the man said, with a smile. "Victor." Steve said. "Victor? But, how? Why did? Are you insane? You just shot him in the head," Steve yelled. Victor just rolled his eyes, and walked over to Logan's body. Steve was still on guard, but Victor just ignored him and picked up Logan from the scruff of his neck, and raised him up for Steve to see. He wiped some blood off the bullet wound, and using his fingers, dug out the bullet. "See that right there, his wound is already healing. He will be up and running before you know it," Victor said. Steve's eyes widened in surprise, as he noticed Logan's wounds beginning to close up. His expression shifted as it went from anger to confusion, and said, "Then why did you shoot him?" Victor just shrugged, before tossing Logan back on the floor, which elicited a look of disapproval from Steve. "He had it coming," Victor answered. "What do you mean?" Steve asked. Steve didn't get to interact much with Victor back in the day, but he knew Logan and Victor used to be close, which made this situation even stranger. "Thanks to that idiot over there, I've been on the run for the past year. Some of our old acquaintances, not to mention an unsavory fellow, has been sniffing around trying to find us," Victor said. "But, why would anyone try and come after you guys?" Steve asked. "Because of this," Victor said, as he used his claws to make a large cut on his hand. The wound started healing, and in just a few moments, his hand was completely healed. Steve was suddenly struck by a realization, as he said New York. Victor nodded his head, and said governments, organizations, people with influence. You name it. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Aliens weren't the only thing people found out about that day. And, with the Chitauri remains mysteriously disappearing, mutants were the next best thing. Look, I'm running out of time, HYDR. Victor said. They were suddenly interrupted by several objects smashing in through the windows, followed by a bright flash of light. Shit. They're already here. Victor snarled, as he tried to shield his eyes. Moments later they heard another crash as a figure clad in black hurtled through the broken window, launching to the ground at surprising speed. The figure started shooting at them, but Steve quickly jumped behind the counter. Victor ignored the bullets, and with a feral snarl charged right at him. Due to his enhanced senses, the flash grenade affected him even though he managed to partially shield his eyes. He was still a little disoriented, but that didn't mean he was any less dangerous. Victor charged at their attacker, and within seconds he arrived right before him with his claws extended. His opponent went to block, with his arm, which if you were to ask Victor was a big mistake when facing him. His claws were sharp enough to easily tear through flesh like it was nothing. Unexpectedly though, this didn't seem to be the case this time. His attack was stopped dead in its tracks, and with a swift movement his opponent took out something from his pocket and stabbed it right into his neck. The figure quickly jumped back to put some distance between them, and proceeded to carefully observe him. Victor quickly reached behind him and ripped the offending needle from his neck, recognizing it as a sedative. "Sedatives don't work on me, buddy. Are you sure about that?" the asset asked. He knew from his previous briefing that bullets would only slow him down. So, in preparation for his mission, his employers provided him with a special concoction. One that was especially designed to deal with people with healing factors. Victor was about to answer, when he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Victor knew he had been gotten. He could feel the drowsiness set in almost instantly, and before he knew it he was struggling to remain conscious. "Who the hell are you?" he said. The asset walked upright to Victor, and said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" before slamming his fist into his face, knocking him out. He then looked towards Logan, who was lying unconscious on the floor, and spoke into his comms. "Targets secured. Ready for extraction. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to stay." A voice suddenly came out. The asset jerked around and saw none other than Steve Rogers himself, holding his shield. Chapter end. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 94, Hail Hydra. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. For a moment, Bucky stood motionless, trying to process what was happening. His mind flashed as a distant memory of a young man, overlapped with the person standing in front of him. A mental image of a young man who was quite scrawny, getting beat up in an alleyway. The man in the mental image looked familiar, even though the asset had never seen him before. Captain America, noticing his opponent was frozen in shock, asked, "Who are you?" Whatever that strange vision, whoever the scrawny blonde boy was, the vision will be gone when the asset returned to his handlers after completing the mission. Once he's in the chair, it will be gone. The chair always hurts, but the asset's pain is unimportant. The asset refocused on the current target. Negligence and loss of focus are mission non-compliant, and usually punished. He needed to quickly secure his targets, before his backup arrived. The masked man quickly regained his composure, and raised his gun and fired several shots at Captain America. Cap hastily kicked off the floor and ran along the bar. Bullets following close behind him, leaving a trail of holes. He dashed along the bar shelf, avoiding the machine gun-like rain of bullets, and started closing the distance between them, the gun still pointed at him. Cap quickly threw his shield to knock the gun out of the asset's hand, and ran right at him. The asset briefly took Steve's shield, and threw it back at him, but Cap managed to avoid being hit. The asset pulled out another gun, but Steve grabbed his shield and used it to block most of the bullets. A few managed to graze him, but they were mostly scratches. Realizing the futility of using a gun, the asset opted to engage in hand-to-hand combat instead. One can guess if you can't hit something, the logical next step is to do it up close and personal. Both of them assumed fighting stances and engaged in combat. Things quickly reached a standstill, both opponents equally skilled. The deadlock was quickly broken by an animalistic growl. The asset, purely on instinct, hastily disengaged the fight and jumped back. A metallic glint sailed right past him, clipping his mask and his right arm. The asset lost his balance and hit the floor with a thud. He quickly swiveled around to keep his eyes on his opponent, and was back on his feet in a matter of seconds, glaring at this new threat. There was a huge tear across the top of his sleeve, through which a metal arm was clearly visible. His mask suddenly fell off, damaged by the earlier attack. The man dressed in black had dark brown hair, a scruffy face, and goggles. But the most noticeable thing about the man was the silver, metallic armor on his left arm that almost shined in the light. As the threat, the asset now identified as Weapon X charged forward like a wild animal. The asset hastily jumped to avoid him. He flew over his head like an Olympic vaulter, swiping at him with his metallic arm. He landed, and looked at an aghast Steve, whom by just looking at him, has learned his true identity. "Bucky," Steve said in shock. "Who the hell is Bucky?" Bucky Barnes said, as he aimed his pistol at Steve. Bucky had a brief look of recognition, but he quickly brushed it aside, and took aim again, but before he could shoot, Logan leapt in and kicked Bucky aside. "James! Wait!" Steve shouted. Logan ignored him, his instincts momentarily taking over. Having been shot in the head, only to wake up with a headache, and the sight of Cap fighting off a man dressed in black. It didn't take him long, before he was on the attack. He quickly identified the man in black as the threat. Having thought he was the one that shot him, Logan was about to charge in again, when he was suddenly hit with a grenade. A few Hydra agents came barging in, and started laying down some cover fire. Logan was launched back, crashing into the bar behind him. But was already up on his feet, tearing through the Hydra agents. Their screams before they were torn apart spoke of the brutality of Logan's attacks. Deciding Logan was the bigger threat, most of the squadron broke off to try and slow him down, leaving the asset and a few agents to handle Captain America. No matter how fast he moved, Logan couldn't completely dodge an endless rain of bullets. Several bullets pierced his body, tearing through skin and flesh. Perhaps alarmed by the fact that he was still moving after evidently getting filled with bullets and shot with a grenade, the Hydra agent's expression turned sour. "Retrieve the package, and fall back to the base. Weapon X is proving to be quite difficult," the Hydra agent said, pointing towards Victor's prone form. The agent then pulled out a grenade launcher, and started shooting at Cap and Logan, in an attempt to slow them down. Since Logan's skeleton was literally made of adamantium, it'll be tough to do much physical damage to him, but the impact still sent him spinning like something out of an action movie, crashing into the wall. Meanwhile, Cap used his shield to absorb most of the explosion, intent on catching up to Bucky before he escaped. "Bucky, wait!" Steve shouted. Bucky quickly secured Victor's body, and took the opportunity to vanish in the smoke of the explosion. Forward slash 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 forward slash. Soon, the duo heard the sound of choppers, after which they were surrounded by SHIELD agents being led by Natasha. The few Hydra agents still alive suddenly started foaming at the mouth. Cap checked one of the bodies, and with a grim expression said, "Poison capsules." It was the same protocol Hydra agents followed when they suspected they were about to get captured. "Steve, what happened?" Natasha said, running up to them. Steve turned to Natasha, his solemn face making her more worried. "Hydra's back." Chapter end. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Comment. 20 comments. Vote. Chapter 95, The Winter Soldier. As the trio were being escorted to SHIELD headquarters in a helicopter, Steve was lost in his thoughts. He suddenly spoke up, and said, "It was him. He looked right at me like he didn't even know me. How's that even possible? I thought you said he was dead." Logan said. Zola. Bucky's whole unit was captured in 43, Zola experimented on him. Whatever he did helped Bucky survive the fall. They must have found him and... Steve said, as he came to the most logical conclusion. "None of that's your fault, Steve." Natasha said, trying to comfort him. "Even when I had nothing, I had Bucky." Steve said. Natasha, noticing Logan was bleeding, said, "We need to get you to a doctor. We don't put pressure on that wound, you're gonna bleed out. Don't worry about it. I heal fast." Logan said, showing her the bullet wounds on his arms closing up. Natasha raised an eyebrow in surprise, and said, "Okay, not the weirdest thing I've seen. But, it's definitely up there." Logan smirked, and said, "You should see my other party trick. I think I'll take a rain check on that," Natasha said. She then turned to Steve and said, "We should talk to Fury. If what you're saying is true, and Hydra is back, he's going to want to hear about it." Inside an abandoned bank vault, a few Hydra scientists were trying to fix Bucky's metal arm, a result of the damage left behind by Logan's adamantium claws. As they were fixing it, Bucky was having flashbacks of his old life after he was recovered by Zola and the Hydra agents. * Sergeant Barnes. Dr. Arnim Zola. * Another flash, and this time he was falling off the train at the edge of the mountain with Steve trying to save him. Bucky, no! Steve shouted in desperation. His mind then flashed to after he was picked up by Hydra agents. The procedure has already started, Dr. Arnim Zola said. He then saw Zola and the Hydra agent amputating his left arm and replacing it with the metal arm. You are to be the new fist of Hydra, Dr. Zola said. His last vision was of being frozen. Bucky came back to the present and with a jerk of his arm knocked over the Hydra agent trying to fix his arm. It was at that moment, when Alexander Pierce came walking in, with a few Hydra agents trailing behind him. Noticing he was headed straight for Bucky, one of the scientists tried to warn him, "Sir, he's unstable. Erratic." The scientist said, trying to dissuade him from getting any closer. Pierce ignored the scientist, and went right up to Bucky. "Mission report," Alexander Pierce ordered. Bucky, looking blank, didn't respond. "Mission report, now," Pierce repeated. Pierce moved closer to Bucky and suddenly struck him hard in the face. "The man in the bar. Who was he?" Bucky said, as his eyes began to focus. "You met him earlier this week on another assignment," Alexander Pierce said, as he sat down in front of Bucky. "I knew him," Bucky whispered. "Your work has been a gift to mankind. You shaped the century, and I need you to do it one more time. Society is at a tipping point between order and chaos. Soon, we're gonna give it a push. But, if you don't do your part, I can't do mine, and Hydra can't give the world the freedom it deserves," Pierce said. "But I knew him," Bucky repeated. "Since Pierce didn't seem to be getting anywhere. He turned to one of the scientists and said, "Prep him. He's been out of cryo-freeze too long." The Hydra scientist said. "Then wipe him and start over. And make sure to send that mutant to the facility. I want a working serum, as soon as possible. We revealed our hand too early, and we're going to need a trump card," Pierce said. "But, sir, we still have to run some tests. The serum could have serious SID," the Hydra scientist said. "I don't care. Find some subjects and test it on them. There's a homeless shelter a few blocks from here. I'm sure you can figure something out," Pierce said, before he got up to leave. As soon as Pierce was gone, the scientists began to strap Bucky in his chair. They placed a teeth shield in his mouth as they began the process of wiping his brain. All that could be heard was his screams of pain. SHIELD headquarters. Steve was sitting in a conference room, idly turning a coffee cup around in his hands. The three of them were waiting to be debriefed about what happened at the bar. But it seemed Director Fury was running a bit late. Natasha kept her face blank while Logan glanced at her. Logan wondered why Natasha looked so familiar to him, but he decided it wasn't important right now. His thoughts were interrupted when the door suddenly opened. Steve stood up when he saw Fury walk in. The grim expression on his face spoke of how dire the situation really was. Director Steve began slowly, uncertain. What happened at the bar?" "Yeah, I know. They told me about it," Fury said, meeting his gaze. "The description of the man you fought is consistent with reports of the Winter Soldier," Fury said. Natasha, with a startled gasp, said, "What?" Steve turned towards her and said, "What's wrong?" Natasha met Steve's eyes and said, 5 years ago, I was escorting a nuclear engineer out of Iran. Somebody shot out my tires near Odessa. We lost control, went straight over a cliff. I pulled us out, but the Winter Soldier was there. I was covering my engineer, so he shot him straight through me. A Soviet slug, no rifling," she said. "There's no way Bucky would that. I know him." Steve said. "Well, you better believe it. Most of the intelligence community doesn't believe he exists. The ones that do call him the Winter Soldier. He's credited with over 24 assassinations in the last 50 years. Fury said, as he took out a device. As the device began playing, images of dead bodies and assassinated officials all over the world were displayed one by one, finally stopping at a blurry image of the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was responsible for numerous assassinations, killing various sorts of targets from scientific minds to political figures, including John F. Kennedy in 1963. Fury explained. Steve was looking on with disbelief written all over his face. His mind couldn't reconcile between the Bucky he knew and this deadly assassin he was told about. "I'm only gonna say this once, Cap, so pay attention. Your friend died 70 years ago. Even if this Winter Soldier is the same man, he's clearly been twisted by something or someone," Fury warned. Rationally, he knew what Fury was saying was right, but the irrational was winning out right now. The part of his heart that so desperately wanted to believe his friend was alive, that he could somehow get him back, rescue him, as he hadn't been able to do before. "Well, sir, I was supposed to die 70 years ago, too, so forgive me if I don't take your assessment at face value," he said. Fury eyed him warily for several long moments before asking, "We gonna have a problem, Captain Rogers?" "We don't have to," Steve answered. Fury's expression continued to grow icier as he surveyed him. We do not know what we're up against right now. Until such a time as we have more information, I will continue to refer to this man as the Winter Soldier, and he is our enemy. Are we understood, Captain? Yes, sir, we're understood, Steve said slowly, never breaking eye contact with the director. Fury was about to walk out, when he was stopped by Natasha's voice. Sir, there's still something you need to hear. I think we have an idea about who might be behind this. And, I don't think you're going to like it. Chapter end. Sorry, for short chapter today. We'll be releasing another tomorrow to make up for it. For 11 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 96, The Calm Before the Storm. I had just gotten out of a board meeting. My preparations were finally over, and a month from now, I would be stepping off as the CEO of Cypher Solutions. I officially named Sage as the new CEO of Cypher Solutions. I had no doubt, with her intelligence and her meta ability, she was far more qualified to run the company. She was essentially a superhuman computer, and all she needed to truly shine was knowledge and training. I had asked her for a bit of her blood, and made sure to explain to her what I intended to use it for. Her powers were simply too good to pass up, and I was currently busy decoding her DNA, trying to figure out a way to add it to my genome, without any negative side effects. Dr. Pym, on the other hand, was busy building our very first spaceship, using the technology and designs I supplied him, from Wakanda and the Chitauri. Unbeknownst to him, the secret facility he was working in was actually located in Limbo. I managed to connect it to Earth through a runic gate. I also added a few more runes, to camouflage the gate, and make it seem like a normal door. It was keyed to his soul signature, so while he thought it was underground, anybody who wasn't authorized, trying to go through the gate, would end up randomly teleported somewhere else. The Dark Elven ship turned out more complex than I thought it would be. It too was currently sitting in a vault located underground in Limbo. I couldn't even get it to turn on, not to mention try and study it. Its cloaking technology was so impressive, it even managed to disregard Himdall's all-seeing eye. The Dark Elves seemed to be able to conjure wormholes with their ships, hence the reason they were able to infiltrate Asgard nearly undetected. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D's cloaking technology, this was far more impressive. Its durability and speed were also on another level compared to anything I've seen so far. I suspected with the last Dark Elf dying it went into some sort of hibernation mode. For the meantime, unless the Dark Elves miraculously come back to life, it was a total bust. I still have Malekith's DNA, not to mention the bodies of his fallen brethren. Maybe I could. I shook my head, chasing those thoughts away. The Dark Elves were bad news, and it wasn't worth the trouble of getting on Lady Death's bad side. Sure, I can slightly manipulate a soul. But, bringing back the dead. Let's just say I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. That was just a recipe for disaster. And speaking of disasters, since the New York invasion, I was a bit on edge ever since I found out S.H.I.E.L.D/Hydra knew about my identity. So, I had Sophie regularly hack into S.H.I.E.L.D. to check if they managed to get more information on my team and I. She was tracking each and every one of those I suspected were tied to Hydra, to where they went, and what they did. Thanks to that, I already had 40 of their agents figured out. But, imagine my surprise when I was reading through S.H.I.E.L.D's latest field report. A frown marred my face, as I finished reading it. It's too early. Things shouldn't have progressed this fast. I muttered to myself. According to the report, Steve and Logan were attacked by a man whose description matched the Winter Soldier. Project Insight was still a few months away, and due to this even, Fury had started suspecting Hydra's involvement. I decided to wait, and see how things would play out. My interference at this point would only tip them off. Sure, I knew Alexander Pierce was Hydra, him and a few others, but they were rooted so deeply into S.H.I.E.L.D., unless you cut them all out at once, they'll just come back later. Ironically, their mantra of saying, "Cut one head, and two more shall take its place," was more accurate than I liked to admit. What a troublesome bunch. I sighed. Unknown location. Bucky woke up an indeterminate amount of time later. When he came to, his whole body ached with numerous pains, his mind throbbing horribly in his skull. The memories flood back quickly. He was still laying on the chair, his metal prosthetic arm already replaced by a new one. He doesn't know how long he's been asleep. It could be hours, or even days. There wasn't anyone else in the room. Suddenly he remembered what happened before he blacked out. Just as he was about to panic, he heard a door opening. Turning to his right, he saw a man standing in the doorway. "Well, glad to see you decided to stay in the land of the living," the man said. Still a little groggy, Bucky brought his hand to his head and asked, How did I get here?" "You were injured on your last mission. You were in pretty bad shape, so we had to do some repairs," the man said, eyeing Bucky's metal arm. The man then proceeded to take a seat, and said, "We should probably make sure everything is in order." Longing. Bucky's conditioning kicked in before anything else did, and he froze, making sure to maintain his breath. Rusted Furnace, Daybreak 17B99, Homecoming 1 and Freight Car, the man continued. By the time the man reached the end, Bucky's face was devoid of any emotions, and with an equally emotionless voice he responded in Russian and said, "Ready to comply." "Mission report," the man ordered, looking at him. "Acquisition of Weapon X failed. Target Victor Crade acquired," he recited, tonelessly. "Status," the man said. "The weapon is functioning within operable parameters," the asset replied, "because that is what it is. A weapon." There was a malfunctioning, unidentified cause. "What kind of malfunctioning?" the man asked. "Visions," the asset answered. "It is gone now." He then turned towards the man and said, "Weapons are not supposed to have visions. Will it be punished?" "Negative. For now though, you have another mission," he told him. "Asset is on standby, awaiting instructions," the asset said. "Report to Dr. Rayner. Due to our latest acquisition, several projects which have been put on hold are now possible. Assist Dr. Rayner in acquiring a few test subjects, and you are to guard her at all times," the man said. "Affirmative," the asset responded. Chapter End. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Patreon.com/Anubis Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 97, The Ego Seed. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. A few months later. My company has been slowly expanding and solidifying its reach in other sectors. It was rapidly growing into a diverse international conglomerate with interests in industrial manufacturing, computer hardware and software, chemicals, retail, bioengineering, pharmaceuticals, oil, communications, airlines, real estate, hotels, restaurants, technology, media, financial services, robotics, security, transportation, satellites. After the Chituri invasion, few actually stepped up to the stage. I had wealth to spare, and while Tony was busy wasting his time and money on his suits, I was working both covertly and overtly. But, imagine my surprise, when Sophie informed me of an assassination made on an Austrian foreign diplomat in France. The man's death wasn't what was important though, it's the fact that Sophie managed to capture an image of a woman dressed in black, trying to blend in with the crowd amidst the confusion. What was striking about the woman wasn't her appearance. It was what she was wearing, specifically her belt. The symbol seemed familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Sophie, run the symbol through an image recognition software, I said. A few moments later, a bunch of files and images popped in front of me. Using the hard light projections fitted at the base, Sophie displayed them for me to observe. The symbol is tied to an organization that sprung up in the 1930s. Designated as the Red Room, it was an espionage training facility located in Russia. A Cold War program to train the deadliest female spies in the world. Most notably Natasha Romanoff, aka the Black Widow, reported its dissolution after its creator's assassination. Sophie said. Well, judging by the increasing number of search results, turning up every second now, the organization doesn't seem as dead as it should be. Over a few dozens cases of women with the Red Room symbol cropping up. Each of them with over a dozen fake identities, sporting different looks and disguises over the years. While I was busy going over the files, trying to come up with a pattern, I received a notification. One of my scout drones had detected something, and after reviewing the information that was sent to me, a smile appeared on my face. Sophie, change of plans. I'll need you to clear my schedule. I'll be gone for the day. Keep looking into what we found, and let me know if you have something, I said abruptly. Affirmative. Sophie responded. A bluish-grey round portal was created before me. I could see space warped around it. And on the other side I could see my destination. St. Charles, Missouri. I arrived in a forest, in the mid of the night. As I walked slowly towards where my drone was located, I found myself contemplating the recent hiccup in my plans. The timeline on the ship I had asked Dr. PYM to build me had unfortunately been delayed. Turns out building a ship that could withstand deep space wasn't as easy as I had initially thought. I ended up using most of my vibranium supply, the vibranium that Diana was mining in the Savage Lands, and had to wait until more was available. It was a slow process. One that would require patience. Vibranium was far harder to mine than Wakandian vibranium. And I needed more than a few tons to build a ship this big. Seeing how things weren't going as fast as I wanted, I spent the last few months thoroughly studying Sage's DNA. It took thousands of simulations, but I eventually got it right. I succeeded in mapping out her unique genetic structure, and programmed it into my own genome. Her powers complemented my own, and I could already see a significant improvement in my ability to compute large amounts of data. Tasks that would have required me months, could be now done in days. My magic saw an improvement, and several tasks that were previously impossible to me, were now possible. But, more on that later. My thoughts were interrupted as I approached a flying drone, which was busy scanning a strange-looking plant. The plant seemed to glow with a bluish light, and was protected by a strange-looking mesh, with a Voronit-type pattern. The drone was done scanning the outer shell, and had now moved on to the core. It seemed to be having a difficult time, figuring out what it was seeing, and after a few moments, it gave up and sent me another notification. "It's okay, little guy, I'll take over from here," I said to the drone. The drone chirped at me, and started to fly away. By the time it was out of the forest, it had already cloaked itself. It was one of Diana's babies, as she liked to call them. They were different from the combat drones, and strangely seemed to be more intelligent. I had given her the task of coming up with a few designs for scout drones, but it seems she had taken a liking to it, and gone a bit overboard. Focusing on what was in front of me, I activated my newly acquired genetic sight, and started examining the strange pulsing plant in front of me. A few moments later, a smile broke out on my face. My preliminary examination seemed to suggest that the plant in front of me was alien in nature. And, not only that, its genetic structure was far more complex than anything I've ever seen in my life. I bent down to pick it up, and with a flourish of my hand, and using telekinesis, the plant dug itself out of the ground, and was floating right beside my face. I used a status rune to preserve it, and with a thought opened a portal to Limbo. Hydra Testing Facility, Cibrella. The subject, given the designation VC Victor Creed, was transferred to a facility known as the Guest House, located in Siberia, where it was studied intensively. From the VC's bodily fluids, they were able to synthesize a number of advanced drugs with varying effects on human biology, including the serum Lazarus, a serum with the potential to revive the recently deceased. At first, the subjects were closely watched and showed signs of complete recovery. However, they each eventually developed the same form of psychosis and turned feral, eventually descending into madness, followed by a complete cellular breakdown due to the dominant nature of the serum. Dr. Rayner, who continued her work with the serum using Hydra's incentives program to acquire more subjects, was tasked by Alexander Pierce to come up with a synthesized and upgraded serum to grant healing abilities, and possibly mutant abilities. Mutant abilities were highly unstable, and often resulted in undesired results. But, their latest acquisitions proved to be enlightening. Dr. Rayner eventually succeeded in her task and created a weaker version that could heal most fatal wounds bar decapitation. However, the serum had the potential to be so much more. She opted to hide the fact that her attempts were successful, and gave Pierce just enough information to prove her research was making results. Dr. Rayner stood back from the table and looked at her recently expired test subject with a mix of annoyance and disappointment. She'd been so close with this variant, and she'd honestly hoped for more from Subject 71, or Captain Nathaniel, or whatever it was he'd rattled off ad nauseam until his voice finally gave out. Turning away with a tut of disgust, Dr. Rayner briskly beckoned over one of her Hydra aides, gesturing at the now former soldier cluttering up her otherwise pristine lab. "Have this moved to the mortuary. I'll need to do a full autopsy to confirm the cause of death," she said. The uniformed flunky nodded his understanding and summoned his colleague from his position standing guard. Together they quickly and efficiently released the former soldier from the bindings securing him to the bench and transported out the rapidly cooling body. She gave a little head shake at her own whimsy. She didn't know why she felt the need to explain her action to these Hydra goons. Most, despite being sensible enough to follow Hydra's ideology, were barely capable of intelligent conversation, let alone understanding even 1/100th of the significance of what they were observing here. Of course, that was the point. Some projects were just too sensitive to allow untried lab techs to observe. But it was much harder to discern the true dedication of their assorted staff of biologists, chemists and medics, especially when they were confronted with the sacrifices called for in the pursuit of true scientific advancement. Some stomachs and potentially hearts could be turned when human testing was brought into the equation. Plus, it would be all too easy for an enemy agent to slip in as an unassuming assistant to sabotage her experiments or steal her secrets. Thus the need of her bodyguard. The asset posted to her had proven his loyalty and usefulness many times over. Most of the test subjects were acquired through his efforts at her request. Her eyes involuntarily went to the figure standing a few feet from her. His chilly, almost robotic look conveyed how well he was indoctrined. An idea suddenly struck her, and a smile bloomed on her face. Since these test subjects died out on her before she could get any tangible results, certainly, a prime speciesman should prove far more durable in handling the improved serum. And her goal of literally reshaping humankind and rival the Creator himself could be finally achieved. The end of sickness, maybe even death itself. Chapter end. For 10+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 5+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 19 comments. Vote. Chapter 98, Celestials. For 11+ advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher, and 3+ advanced chapters of Altered Mind, check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Earth, a place filled with superpowered individuals. A planet that has been home to the created Inhumans, mutants, and enhanced individuals like Captain America, the Hulk, Spider-Man and Daredevil. And, as I peered with my genetic sight, my brain, which was akin to a supercomputer, could hardly keep up with the complexity of what I was seeing. The Celestials, a race of humanoid aliens that came into being around the same time as the origin of the universe itself. The events of Guardians of the Galaxy were centered around Peter Quill's discovery of his celestial heritage and the consequences of having a primordial entity who happened to be a megalomaniac set on ruling the universe as a biological father. Nothing new really, it was the classic Darth Vader scenario. The hero discovers his father is ultimate evil, followed by his attempts at trying to stop him. Over the millennia, Ego planted seedlings of his own design on planets all throughout the universe, intending them to eventually terraform their worlds into new extensions of himself in an event he called the Expansion. However, one celestial was not enough to activate his seedlings. Consequently, Ego began a new campaign, sowing children with thousands of female humanoid aliens. He fathered numerous children in the hopes of creating another celestial. He then hired Yondu Udonta to track and deliver these children to him once born, though none of them proved to have inherited celestial DNA, at which point Ego killed them, hiding their remains beneath the surface of his planet. With Peter being the only successful attempt, it goes to show how flexible human DNA is, and how prone to changes and mutations it can truly be. In the comics, the Celestials were deeply involved in humanity's early development, and were responsible for the creation of the Eternals, and Mutant X gene. I had no idea if that was the case in this universe. But I did find some records speaking of their existence in Comitage as well as Belasco's collection. A race that had the ability to manipulate matter and energy on a molecular scale. Well, if that wasn't overpowered, I didn't know what was. The fact that Peter managed to beat him, with the powers of feelings and granted a nuclear bomb, was kind of ridiculous. Couldn't Ego have just transmuted the bomb into something else? Turned the atmosphere toxic, and immediately disable them? Nonetheless, after a few hours of studying the Ego seed, it was clear, the seed could only be activated by the power of a celestial, or at least of something equal power. I already proved, I could influence DNA to some degree, Castiel and his siblings being a prime example of my attempts. I didn't plan on creating a celestial race, but with the tools I had on hand, it wouldn't hurt to perform some experiments. I had samples of Frigga's, Loki's, Thor's, and even Dark Elf DNA on hand. All belonging to powerful and long-lived races. I don't reckon Ego had the opportunity to try and have children with an Asgardian. Odin certainly wouldn't have allowed it. Dark elves on the other hand were thought to be long gone. I would have to try different combinations though, and see which could successfully bond with celestial DNA. If any for that matter. Channeling 2 infinity stones, albeit using a conduit, was more than I could ask of my mortal body. The physical constitution of the Celestials were so immeasurably strong that they could wield the Infinity Stones. I wasn't satisfied with my current limits. So, it was time to break them. When I reached the airport as I came here legally, there was a limo waiting for me. I silently entered the limo and let the driver take me to my destination. Soon, I reached the office of Dr. Helen Cho and the door opened from the outside. I walked out of the car and started following the lab assistant Dr. Cho sent to bring me to her. I knocked on Dr. Cho's door and she let me in. I bowed to her in greeting. She bowed back and invited me to sit. "Please sit down, Mr. Ramsey. What can I do for you?" Dr. Cho asked, once I was seated. I smiled at her and took the offered coffee. "Call me Doug, please. I actually had an offer for you. It involves the cradle," I said, after a beat of silence. Dr. Cho raised an eyebrow and asked, "The healing cradle? What do you need it for?" Instead of answering, I slid my tablet to her. "I wanted you to build me a new body, using materials I'll provide you with," I said. Dr. Cho looked at the designs and the different blueprints that I had made and looked at me. "I'm sorry, but the regeneration cradle prints tissue, it can't build a living body." I smiled at her and shook my head. "Well, I'll have to disagree with you, Dr. Cho. You simply lacked the materials," I said. I then took out something from my breast pocket and showed it to her. Dr. Cho widened her eyes in shock. "Is that what I think it is? How did you get this?" Everyone knew about vibranium. Cap's shield was famous for it. But no one knows that there's even more vibranium in the world, thinking it was all used up. I merely raised an eyebrow, and said I like to think of myself as resourceful man, Dr. Cho. "This is nothing." She slowly reached her hand out, and said, "Can I touch it?" "Sure you can. In fact, it could be yours, if you want," I said. She shot me a look. "Do you realize how rare this is? I thought all of it was used up when they made Captain America's shield. Although vibranium is rare, it isn't impossible for me to acquire. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I can guarantee you'll get to work with much rarer resources, should you accept my proposition," I said. She shook her head and asked, "Rarer than vibranium? I find that hard to believe." What materials are you going to use for the body? And how will you power it? Among other things. Asgardian DNA. I said, failing to mention a few of the other components I planned to build this body from. Cho dropped the tablet in shock. Thankfully it landed only on the table. Asgardian. She yelled. Yes. I managed to acquire a sample of their DNA, back at the Battle of New York. So, are you in or are you out? I said. Salem, New York. We arrived at our destination, but Jean seemed nervous. She was fidgeting, and her eyebrows were scrunched up. Come on, you don't have to be so nervous. They're not going to bite. I said, using my telepathy. She asked. They'll be crazy not to. Our telepathic conversation was interrupted when the front door suddenly opened. Jean and I appeared hand in hand from behind the door as the maid closed it quietly behind us as we came into view of my parents. Doug. You're here. My mom said. Hey Mom. I greeted, as she pulled me in for a hug. Look at you. When did you become so tall? My dad said, jokingly comparing my height from what he used to remember when he last saw me. Now, you lot. Stop standing in the hall and get inside. My mom said. Hi, Mrs. Ramsey. Jean started. Oh, and you must be Jean. You're so gorgeous. She greeted her, simply ignoring her hand and hugging her. As we walked into the living room, nostalgia filled my senses. It had barely changed at all. The house was not grand by any means, it was much more humble and smaller than any of the accommodations I offered my parents. They decided to move back to Salem, a few years back after making sure I was all right. The scent of burning kindling combined with spices of homely cooking from the kitchen in the next room filled me with warmth almost immediately. Jean must have sensed my mood improving or something, because I could feel her relax almost immediately. I stared at her. The way she was dressed, she wore a simple one-piece dress and some heels. She was stunning. Of course I had insisted on her wearing something casual, since this was more of a family dinner. Once the welcome homes were over, we finally settled down by the couch. My mom took Jean to the side, asking her about this and that, while I chatted with my dad. I'm going back to London in a few weeks, after wrapping up the mess back in New York. I sighed. You shouldn't push yourself too much, always remember to take a break. He said. I know. How are you and Mom doing anyways? I heard she planned on opening up her own clinic. I said. Honestly, I've been trying to talk her out of it, but you know your mother. Once she is set on something, it's hard to change her mind. He said. I don't get it. Isn't that a good thing? Why would you? I asked in confusion. Your mom is pregnant. He blurted out. What? Keep your voice down. She didn't want me to tell you yet. He said, trying to shush me. What? Why? I asked, in confusion. She wanted to make it a surprise, but honestly I think she wanted to make sure the pregnancy was further along, before she said anything. We're not exactly as young as we used to. He said. I was silent for a bit, then said, I understand. But, I would appreciate it, if you let me know these things early on. Not to brag, but I have the greatest minds of the 21st century working for me. With the stuff I have back at the lab. She won't have to worry about a miscarriage, or any sort of complications. He sighed. You're right. Then there's that other issue. The issue my father was talking about was, as you would have guessed, metahumans. I ended up telling them about my powers a few years back. I didn't see the use in hiding it anymore, since constantly lying to them would ruin our relationship sooner rather than later. They weren't thrilled about it, especially the lying part. But they eventually came around, and declared that they still loved me. Of course I didn't tell them everything, but just enough to give them some peace of mind. We had dinner that night, and as we were getting ready to leave, and started saying our goodbyes, my mom hugged me, and whispered something into my ear. "If you don't marry that girl, I'm going to disown you and adopt her instead. Capiche?" she said. When did my mother turn into an Italian mobster? I couldn't help but think. She was staring at me, waiting for my response, so deciding not to antagonize a pregnant woman I merely nodded in agreement. I then opened a portal back to New York, and Jean and I were back home, before we knew it. I turned to Jean, and asked, "What did you guys talk about?" "A bunch of stuff." "Why, is something wrong?" she asked. "No. Nothing is wrong. But, I think my mom likes you more than me," I said, with a strange tone. "Oh, that. She already told me," she said. Chapter end. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 99, True Adamantium. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy winking smiley. Ancient runes were called the language of gods, which were very mysterious. It was said to be able to get a glimpse of the mysteries of the gods. The runes' magical language that's been used by magicals for centuries. Of course, there were levels to its mastery. There was Rune Master, Rune Grand Master, Rune Ancestor, Rune King and Rune God. Odin was obviously a Rune King. While my prowess were somewhere between Master and Grand Master. Belief and intent go a long way. Several centuries worth of people believing they meant something, you could wipe knowledge of them out of existence now, but it wouldn't stop the rune's power. The next morning after that dinner with my parents, I had some stuff to take care of. I teleported to my lab in Limbo, and started working on the plans for my new body. The first being enchanting. I had a rough idea of what I wanted to achieve when building my new body, and one of those ideas was carving runes into my skeleton and enchanting the bones, and maybe even adding a mystical network which would enable me to channel enormous amounts of energy. Combining all the resources on hand, I planned on building the perfect body, using both magic and science. I took a chunk of the promethium core used to sustain Limbo, and reshaped it into a human heart. It's been soaking in the space stone energy for over a year and the reality stone for about a month. It was filled with energy from both infinity stones. I even decided to borrow the time stone from the ancient one, and channeled some of its energy into the new heart. By the time I was done, it was 2 parts space energy to 1.5 reality and 2/4 time energy. Having said that, without further development it wouldn't actually function as a real heart, or without some sort of energy system to channel the energy contained within. That's where the reality stone comes into play. Using its power to reshape reality, I altered the part I took, and shaped it into a human heart. It didn't look entirely human, judging by the way it tended to glow and pulse on its own. The next step was engraving a rune to hold its shape by using part of the energy it naturally produces every time it pulsed. A rune for it to function as a biological heart, and one for it to self-repair in case it's damaged. My skin would be gaining the same treatment too, once Dr. Cho finished working on the cradle. Printing tissue wasn't my area of expertise, so while Dr. Cho worked on that, I'd be busy with synthesizing the metal I'll be using for my skeleton. Now the most difficult part of making enchanting permanent is two different things: the material and the runes that bind it. Obviously, normal bones weren't going to cut it. I began experimenting with the process that created adamantium, but ended up creating a special adamantium compound, which was more durable than any form of adamantium created, and then through another process, fused Wakandan vibranium as a catalyst. It was created through the mixing of certain chemical resins whose composition was composed of both isotopes of vibranium. For 8 minutes after the resins are mixed, it can be molded into a particular shape as long as it is kept at a temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit. After this brief period, the process of creating adamantium was completed, and it is cured. The extremely stable molecular structure of the adamantium prevented it from being molded further, even if the temperature remains high enough to keep it in liquid form. Only a device called a molecular rearranger can alter the form of hardened adamantium. The result was a large rounded specimen of alloy which was virtually indestructible. I called it true adamantium. The exact chemical composition of Captain America's shield and the exact degree to which it is indestructible have never been determined, nor has anyone else ever learned how to duplicate either the special adamantium compound used in the creation of the shield, which is known as proto-adamantium. True adamantium was nearly as strong as the proto-adamantium used to create Captain America's shield, and is, for virtually all practical purposes, indestructible. The degree of indestructibility varies directly with the thickness of the adamantium. A direct blow from Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, conveyed with the thunder god's full strength, will only slightly dent a solid cylinder of true adamantium. A sufficient mass of true adamantium could survive a direct hit from a nuclear weapon. Wolverine's skeleton was covered in a weaker version of adamantium. His variation was both toxic and magnetic, unlike mine. And, now that I think about it, I should probably talk to Logan about that at some point. Uru was magically potent, so I figured I'd use it to create the energy network itself. But, the process of coming up with one proved to be more challenging than I thought. My brain was quickly storing, analyzing, calculating more efficient designs. Sage's powers, plus my own powers working in tandem to produce a greater effect. The effective time I could safely overdraw Sage's meta-human ability was finally over. The data was completely analyzed. Perhaps it should be called that the analyzed information formed a brand-like thing that engraved deeply in my mind. I wasn't trying to comprehend it all, but I was using all of my processing power. Soon, half a day passed. I picked up an engraving tool especially enchanted to carve into anything and started drawing on the adamantium metal before me. It was connected to a tank of liquefied uru, which would fill the groves I etched into the adamantium. I should probably figure out what I need the most. The energy circuit is going to take a lot of space, so I should probably consider what's most important to me. I thought to myself. A rune for agility will be essential as I can't imagine the skeleton will be light. One for resilience, hardness, and even one for regeneration. Although, the runes I drew were useful, unfortunately there wasn't enough space to engrave as many as I would have liked. The energy system by itself took about 98% of the available surface area. As time progressed, an abnormal change started to take place. The entire laboratory became a strange place. The surrounding space showed ripples and distortions. I wanted to pause and rest. There was something odd, but for some reason I couldn't stop, or more accurately it felt like my body wasn't my own anymore. As if my hands were being guided by an unknown force. As I entered into some sort of trance, my vision blurred as runes and sigils previously unknown to me began to appear inside my mind. My consciousness gradually began to fade, and it wasn't long before I lost my perception of time. New York, Manhattan. As Fury was driving through the city, he was instructing his car's computer to make a call. Activating communications encryption protocol. The computer said, "Open secure line 0405. He said, "Confirmed. This is Hill." The voice said, "I need you here in DC. Deep shadow conditions." Fury said, "Give me 4 hours." Hill said, "You have 3, over." He then stopped at a red traffic light, and looked over to the next car and saw 2 police officers in a car staring at him. He was about to say something, when, suddenly something smashed into his car. Fracture detected. Recommend anesthetic injection. The car's onboard computer announced. Within moments his car was surrounded by several other police cars crashing into him, injuring him in the process. One of the mercenaries disguised as an officer grabbed one of his guns and fired at the car. The bullets did nothing, since the glass was bulletproof. When the bullets ran out, instead of reloading the magazine, the mercenary pointed to his partner to circle around the other side of the vehicle. Fury waited a few seconds before he'd decided waiting around to get killed was pointless. The chances of him getting out of this scot-free weren't all that good. The men who were attacking seemed to be waiting on something, all whilst making sure he's surrounded. They soon opened fire once more, concentrating their fire on various weak points. "Get me out of here!" Fury shouted. "Propulsion systems offline," the onboard computer announced. "Then reboot, damn it," he said. By this point, the armor on Fury's vehicle was starting to become weaker. The mercenaries then brought out a battering ram, and started smashing it into the windshield. Warning. Window integrity compromised. "You think? How long to propulsion?" Fury snapped back. "Calculating. Window integrity theory 1%. Deploying countermeasures." The computer stated. "Hold that order. *BAM. The battering ram is smashed against the car window again. Window integrity 19%. Offensive measures advised." "Wait," Fury said. *BAM. The battering ram is smashed against the window again. Window integrity 1%. Now," he shouted. Suddenly a minigun pulled up from inside the car and Fury used it to return fire on the mercenaries, causing the SWAT truck and some of the police cars to explode. "Propulsion systems now online," the computer announced. "Full acceleration, now," he said, as he continued to fire at the mercenaries. The car automatically backed up and drove off. Deducing the car was far too damaged for him to successfully escape, initiate vertical takeoff. Fury ordered. "Flight systems damaged," the computer said. "Then get me Agent Hill," he said. "Communications array damaged." "Well, what's not damaged?" Fury asked. "Air conditioning is fully operational," the computer stated. Motherfu. The police cars continued to chase after him as he wove through the cars on the road. Traffic ahead, the onboard computer announced. As Fury headed into the traffic, he smashed into some cars, causing a pile-up which stopped the police cars. The mercenaries got out and started shooting at Fury's car once more. He managed to kill 2 of the mercenaries by running them down before getting past the traffic, but the remaining mercenaries continued to chase after him and managed to sandwich his vehicle between them. Warning: approaching intersection. As they approached the intersection, he managed to shake off the 2 police cars, killing off the mercenaries. Get me off the grid, he shouted. Calculating route to secure location. Boom. Suddenly, a grenade that attached itself to Fury's vehicle caused it to explode and flip over. Trapped inside his car, Fury watched as a mysterious figure holding a jihad launcher emerged ahead in the middle of the road, walking over to the car. SHIELD headquarters. Have you been sleeping? You look tired, Steve, Natasha said. Steve ignored the question. You told me you spoke with Hill. What did she say? There was a beat of silence. It's bad, Steve. Really, bad. Steve began nervously pacing while looking at her out of the corner of his eye. He began silently berating himself for just sitting around and not looking for Bucky. I need to find him, he said. But, Fury said. Natasha said. I know what he said, but now that it has come to this, I don't think we have a choice, Steve said. Chapter end. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 100, Fly Me to the Moon. 411 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. And 3 plus advanced chapters of Altered Mind. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations. Enjoy, winking smiley. Later that day, when I returned to New York, Sophie informed me that Hydra was poking around the company. Apparently they tried to send in a couple of spies in an attempt to infiltrate the company. Also, they've been doing some strange movements lately. People were going missing. Resources being diverted, agents being called back. If I was a guessing man, I would have thought they were preparing for something. Incoming call. Hello. Mr. Ramsey, I've been trying to get hold of you since yesterday. I hear a slightly aged voice say. Dr. Pym. I apologize that I was too immersed in my work, I said, trying not to think about what happened yesterday. Well, if you are not too busy, I think you'll be happy to know our latest project is finished, he said. That fast? I'm surprised. After last time's delay I thought it was going to be a while, I said. What can I say? I had a breakthrough. I am still at the facility if you want to take a look at it, he said. Certainly. Just give me a few minutes. I'll finish up and meet you there, I said. I hung up and began giving instructions to Sophie. Keep monitoring the situation, and have Diana assign a few drones to keep watch on Alexander Pierce and any known Hydra operatives. Inform me if anything changes. As I prepare to teleport, Master Doug, if I may. I wanted to inquire about a certain file I found in my database. I raise an eyebrow, slightly curious by her tone. I certainly didn't program her to be uncertain, but then again, unlike Jarvis, She's a true AI. It was inevitable her personality matrix would evolve. I'm listening, I said. Your latest project, Jen, is the one you have Dr. Cho working on? She stated. Yes, Sophie, I'm familiar with it, I stated. I am curious as to why. She asked. Why, what exactly? I asked. Why are you building a new body? My understanding is that your current form is immortal by human standards. Why build another body, and attempt to transfer your consciousness to it? My calculations predict that any number of complications could happen, and the operation is quite risky. One of my primary directives is to ensure your continued survival. This just seems like an unnecessary risk, she said, clearly confused. Huh. I take a moment to think about my answer. It wouldn't be wise to simply dismiss her. Her personality matrix may have evolved, but her primary functions seem to be still intact. I know it may seem illogical. And, objectively, your argument is sound, I said. Then why? She asks again. There are plenty of reasons. I could simply say it's for more power, or perhaps it comes from my desire for self-improvement. I mean, no matter how many serums I take, my cells will eventually burn out. Maybe not now or even in 100 years, maybe even 1,000. But, at the end of the day, there's only so many times my cells could replicate themselves, before my healing factor eventually gives out. But, my calculations show that it shouldn't even start to happen until at least a few thousand years, she said. Maybe I'm overstating things. But, the point is, I don't wish to be stagnant. There's a whole multiverse out there, maybe even an omniverse. I imagine it'll take me more than a few thousand years to see it all. Hell, I haven't even been to space yet. My new body would be more durable and far more powerful than any mortal form, I said. I understand. I shall inquire no further, she says. I shrug. Tell you what, why don't you give it a try? I'm sure I can convince Dr. Cho to build you a new body. It wouldn't be as good as mine, and would only be made out of synthetic tissue and vibranium. Your processing power would take a hit. But, perhaps you might find the experience novel. Operating at a suboptimal level would be counterintuitive to my primary directives. Less processing power would be detrimental to my objectives. I don't require a body, she said. I'm not saying you should transfer your whole consciousness. It would be more like a vessel. Something that allows you to interact with the physical world. Diana has certainly taken to it. The drones I assigned to her had been useful in mining the Savage Lands vibranium and even helping Dr. PYM with building a spaceship, I said. A few seconds pass in silence, before she says I'll consider it. But, for now, it's probably best if I attend to my tasks. Suit yourself. I will leave you to it. See you soon, I said. A 128-foot-long craft which looked a bit like a mix between a stylized Naboo Royal Cruiser and a Milano Ravager M ship was staring right back at me. The spaceship was actually composed of two major components, the space frame and all the other components. This space frame was created using vibranium taken from the Savage Lands, giving it incredible structural integrity. The frame was covered in a Wakandian vibranium titanium alloy, designed to shield the spaceship from radiation, kinetic impacts and even most forms of laser attacks. I walked over to where Dr. PYM stood admiring the spaceship. I see that you were successful. He turned towards me, a satisfied smile on his face. It wasn't easy. But I think you'll be satisfied with the results. Flashes of blue from the doorway as we enter the ship materializes a hole to the ship's main deck. I designed the ship according to the specifications you supplied. A few improvements had to be made, but nothing too drastic. He said. What about the FTL drives? I understand you found the ones taken from the Chitauri lacking. I asked. He nods. I was able to come up with a better design by incorporating PYM particles. It works by generating a wormhole from a foam of quantum particle-based gravitonic hyperinflation reactions. It's considerably faster. It also has the added benefit of freely altering the ship's size as per its owner's desires. That's certainly impressive. I said. Yes, quite. The rest of the ship's components were easy enough to build. The grav reactor is powerful enough to power the ship's propulsion system, and has been modified to be as energy efficient as possible. I imagine even the ship's normal speed already exceeds the speed of most, if not all, aircrafts ever built on Earth. He said, pleased with himself. Perhaps we should go take a look then. I find myself eager to see everything in action. I said. He nods, and gestures for me to follow him. We start heading downwards inside the ship, and as we approach a large room, our pace slows somewhat. One more reinforced door and we were in what appeared to be the main generator room. The FTL drive appeared to be a metal hoop surrounded by a corona of cables in a larger hoop-shaped frame. One end of each of the cables is attached to the inner hoop and the other trails outwards, then down around the outer rim of the outer hoop before drooping down to the floor. A pool of blue and red particles spanned the interior of the inner hoop. That's the FTL drive? I asked. Most of it at least, the rest isn't visible from here. We would have to head to the subroom to see it all. He said. So, I understand the ship has the capability to grow smaller. Similar to your Ant-Man suit? I questioned. That's not the only thing it can do, and we haven't even gotten to the part concerning the ship's defenses. As you've mentioned, space pirates, or ravagers as you called them, could be an issue. So, I have taken the liberty of adding a few surprises for those with less than savory intentions. After all, it would be a shame for the ship to be stolen, after working so hard on it. He said. I allow a small smile to break out on my face. Well, Doctor, I'm all ears. Tell me what else it can do. Jean sat down at the front as I triggered the hangar opening sequence and lifted the spaceship off the landing platform. The ship was due for a test run, and what better way to do it than to go for a space date? The view outside the front screen doesn't exactly jump as black with stars is pretty much black with stars, but there's now a dim lump of rock in it as well. The dim white glow of the moon was slowly getting larger in the center of the front screen. Soon enough we're well above the orbital plane of Earth satellites, and escaping Earth's gravity. A few hours later, Jean and I stroll into the ship's cabin, taking our helmets off. Guess it wasn't that interesting. I said. You know, when you said we were going for a walk, I didn't think you meant a spacewalk. Jean said, clearly amused. I don't do things by half. If it weren't for Dr. PYM's nagging, we would have been already having a romantic picnic on Mars. I said. Do you still plan on visiting Atalan? From what you have told me, they seem to prefer isolation. They didn't help us the first time around. What makes you think they'd go for an alliance? She asked. I shrugged. Resources. Technology. Arcane knowledge. Their aid would certainly be useful, but it's hardly necessary. Then, why do it? She asked. They're pretty isolated, but that doesn't mean someone else can't find them. I mean, I was able to, and I was only using Earth technology. If the Kree suddenly decides to come back and check on their investment, a city filled with Inhumans could be a liability. King Bolt alone can take out the entire Western Hemisphere. At the very least, I don't wish them to be used against us. I said. If he's as powerful as you say, do you really believe they can capture them? She asked. I shrugged. As powerful as most metahumans are, there are ways to disable powers. The Kree could have left a weakness only they can exploit when they made the Inhumans. Even us, we aren't exactly invulnerable. That's why I've been having Sophie and Diana work so hard. It still worries me, I can't find any mention of the Sentinel project. Dr. Trask certainly exists, and I haven't been able to find him or William Stryker for that matter. I said. Not to mention Dr. Sinister or Apocalypse. I thought to myself. I looked towards the moon. Can you feel their minds? I asked. Jean nods, her eyes a little unfocused. I've been able to hear them since we arrived. She says. What are they saying? I asked. She blinks, refocusing. Oh no, I can't hear individual words. At this distance it's more like a background noise. I probably won't hear anything until we're a good deal closer. Still, for you to be able to hear anything at this distance, it means you've grown stronger. I said. Yes, I guess it has. She says. I reach out and grab her hand. Hey, is everything okay? Is it about the Phoenix? She hesitates a bit, but then sighs. Yes, I didn't want to tell you, but I've been losing time. I frowned. What do you mean? The first time it happened I tried convincing myself it was because of exhaustion or something. Med school isn't exactly easy. But it's been happening more frequently. Last time I lost a whole day. That was a week ago, it hasn't happened since. She said. Why didn't you tell me? You've already got so much on your plate. Preparing for a war, running your company, and trying to get stronger. I talked to the Ancient One about it, but even she doesn't know what's wrong. She said. Jean. This isn't a trivial matter, you should have come to me the first time it happened. I know I've been a little busy, but that doesn't mean. Doug. When's the last time you've talked to any of our friends? Kitty. Piotr. Ilyana. Anyone other than me and your parents? She asked. My jaw tightens. I admit I've been out of touch lately. But, do you have any idea how hard it is to be doing all of this on my own? Thanos knows where we are, and he's bound to come looking for the Space Stone. He's bringing an army with him, and Earth doesn't even have anything resembling a space defense system. He could simply bomb us out of orbit. The only advantage we have is that he won't do it before the stone is in his hands. By this point, I was up on my feet and pacing. Even if I became strong enough to beat him, it wouldn't mean his army would just vanish. I needed allies, powerful ones. And I needed an army. I could probably take out a few ships, but Earth itself is vulnerable. Doug. I'm sorry. I'm. ****. Look, I didn't realize it was that bad. I just don't know what to do anymore. Maybe it's better if I talk to the professor. He may have an idea. She said. No. I don't trust him, and after what he did, you shouldn't either. I'll figure out something, but for now, I need you to tell me everything. Chapter end. for 11 plus advanced chapters of Ultimate Cypher. Check out my Patreon /Anubis Creations.